Hello, and welcome to this session of the Global Oneness Summit. I'm Emmanuel Kunzelman. I'm your host today for this panel with our distinguished guests, Michaela Gaston, Dr. Marty Casey, and Michael Sandler. It was really a pleasure and an honor for me to be in this distinguished company today. You know, if I were going to be trapped on a desert island with only 3 people in the world, I think I've got that team right here. And you're in for a real treat with our panel discussion today. We will be exploring the trauma as a portal to the universal self. As you know, the theme of this year's Global Oneness Summit is finding, attaining, evolving into the universal or cosmic self. And we're going to explore that path today. We're going to look into what the universal self is and how trauma can actually benefit us finding that universal self and opening up the powers within. Not that anyone would ever seek out trauma, but unfortunately, no, it's a part of life, and better to be able to use it to our advantage than to suffer from it. So, trauma as a gateway and a portal to the universal self. And I'd like to start off, briefly introduce myself. I'm Emmanuel Kunzelman. I'm the founder of Green Heart International and the foundation of the Future in Madrid, Spain, and Green Heart is located in Chicago. I've been a lifelong spiritual seeker, and I'm an activist for purpose. And I like to help people find their purpose and go on that exploratory mission, because having a purpose is the gateway to happiness and maybe the universal self as well. So it's my pleasure to host this panel today, and I'd like to introduce our distinguished guests. First, we have Michaela Gaston, described by NPR as one of the purest contemporary voices in the world today. She's the founder and executive director for the International Cultural Arts and Healing Sciences Institute. But really, she's an international cultural arts ambassador. She carries that title for the United States Department of State, and she's traveled around the world helping with political refugees, war survivors, and jeopardized populations around the world, singing, doing her songs as an inspirational speaker, motivational person in all respects. She has just been a beautiful presence in many people's lives and help healing their own stories and issues with trauma. I first saw Michaela at the 2017 Institute of Noetic Sciences conference. She absolutely enthralled me on stage. I said, I have to get to know this person and invite her to participate in one of our purpose summits. Just an extraordinary experience seeing you on stage, Michaela, and such an honor and pleasure to have you with us here today. Welcome to our panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Oh, you're going to make me cry. You're so precious. I'm so honored and so blessed to be here. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
It's our pleasure. Great to see you. And next we have Michael Sandler. Michael is a podcast giant. He's the host of Inspire Nation Show, one of the most popular podcasts in our country today. He's a visionary coach, self-help and spiritual mentor, life strategist, and best-selling author of Barefoot Walking, Barefoot Running, and his most recent book, The Automatic Writing Experience, which Michael says is the key to his many successes in life. He also is a former professional cyclist, underwent quite a few traumas and injuries as a result of his bravado in that realm. and has become a expert in psychological health. Even spoke to the House of Representatives and Senate on that theme. So an all-around experienced person from trauma making the most of it. Michael, welcome. It's lovely to see you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And this seems like such a special group. And I hope everybody who's watching this is able to feel the energy, because we've got the love here today. We are bringing the love, and we're bringing the light to the darkness. Woohoo! Absolutely.
All right. Yes, indeed, we do. Thank you for showing us the love. And speaking of love, our third guest is one of those people I love the most in life. She's just a bundle of love and energy. And every time I'm in her presence, I end up smiling, laughing, and sometimes even singing. I won't sing today, so don't worry. But Dr. Marty K. Casey might. Dr. Marty is an actress, a singer, a playwright. She likes to call herself an activist, taking actress and activist and putting it together. So she's coined that term as an activist. She's a multi-talented person, but she's done a one-woman show named "It's Not a Man's World." Indeed, it's not. Feminine Rising. Glad we got you here today to carry that one. But she lives in St. Louis, Missouri, and has been a community activator throughout St. Louis, helping many, many traumatized communities, particularly in Ferguson, Missouri, helping them through some very difficult times. Just a wonderful person to, and she's always there ready to come to the rescue. I've just seen Dr. Marty leave everything and go to help any individual in need at any time. Dr. Marty, thank you for coming to the rescue today and joining us on this panel. It's a great pleasure to see you again.
Well, wow, Emmanuel, thank you so much for that fabulous introduction. And you already know you are one of my favorite people on this entire earth. Let that just be known today. I love you so much. And anytime you call me, it's always a yes.
Oh, well, thank you. You're a dear, sweet soul, Dr. Marty, and the love is flowing all the way around here. So thank you, Michael and Michaela and Marty, for joining us on this Global Oneness Summit program today, where we're making our contribution to understanding the path towards the universal or cosmic self. So if that's where we're headed, I think probably the first question we want to ask today and clarify is, what is the universal self? And maybe we can get an idea of the goal we're headed towards. So we'll go around, and it's a big subject, universal selfhood. What does that exactly mean? And I'll throw the question open. I'd like all three of you to respond, but whoever's brave enough to go first, be my guest.
I'll give it a go. I first of all, I love that question and that thought, and it's something that feels like, have you ever had that moment of crystal clarity where it's surreal, like the air slows down and you can see all the dust particles and they're almost tangible, and you wonder like what caused that wrinkle in time? What was the circumstance that made everything stand still? That feeling, but that very real moment. Maybe you're on the beach relaxed, or you're in a rocking chair with a baby, but it's that moment where it's crystallized in your memory, where your tendrils of awareness stand upright and clears that fog of the daily grind, and you feel every sensation and your consciousness is so awake. And I feel like that moment is when you're tapped into your essential self and in a state of what I like to call being beyond. And to me, that being beyond is where you're accessing fully your universal self and being ruthlessly authentic. And, I love etymology, and the word must actually is Persian, it's Urdu, and it means that state when an elephant is in heat and it must find its mate. It's to muster the courage. You must go for it. It defies logic. And so you go beyond. And to me, when you are in your universal self and accessing your universal self, you are moving forward in a way that defies logic, and you're compelled to conjure courage, like a mother for a baby in a burning building. But however you do it, you find this way to be beyond the ists and isms of the world around you, or whatever kind of box you might feel that you're trapped in. You are accessing something that is bigger and more beautiful, that universal cosmic goo that you can feel all around you when it just magically happens. And to me, that's the universal self.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
All right. Being beyond. That's what we're trying to do here today. Who else wants to presence the beyond?
I guess I'll jump in next. First of all, let me just say that was simply beautiful. I was so so touched by the vivid description that I almost forgot what I was getting ready to say. So I think I better go next before I lose my thought here. But when I think about my universal self, I'm going to make this very personal for me. Because of the trauma and the childhood trauma that I experienced, I grew up really moving into trying to set myself on a path for a position, meaning your education and a job so that you can make a certain amount of money and live a certain type of lifestyle. And I didn't find any happiness there. As a matter of fact, it almost, if you will, it enhanced the trauma, because I felt like I was chasing something or going in a direction that just really didn't fit what was happening on the inside of me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I moved into passion. So from position to passion, now I'm doing what I believe Marty loved to do, because I was trying to satisfy something on the inside of me. And that, I'm going to be the next Whitney Houston. I'm going to sing. I'm going to do all of these things. And I lost my hearing in my left ear and when I was 25 years old. And so now my dreams have come crashing. And I'm like, I couldn't find it in a position. My passion seemed to slip through my hands. Then where do I go from here? And then I was moved into purpose. When I moved into purpose is when I personally experienced my universal self, because it's my very reason, I believe, for being born and living in a time such as this. The purpose has nothing to do with what I necessarily love. And it truly has nothing to do with a position that I think I need to take to have certain things in life. Everything that I need, it is embedded in the purpose and the being of who I am. When you can go in the deepest part of yourself, touching your heart and everything, awaken all of your senses and everything in your being that allows you to breathe and have life on this earth, that is when you are able to touch that universal self. And it only happens, in my opinion, this is not law. You might not find this written anywhere, but it's what I personally believe. You are existing on this earth until you are able to touch your universal self and then experience purpose, which gives you now the reason to live.
Thank you. Beautifully said. Yeah.
I don't know how to follow both of you. What you said, Ami, what you said, Marty, oh my God, oh my God. With that said, I'm continuously surrounding myself with flowers, because there's an energy to it. There's a resonance, there's a frequency, there's a vibration, and we are a frequency. We are a vibration. We were talking earlier about activist and so on. I guess I call myself typically an alchemist, which means I'm continuously transmuting energy and playing with energy, which is actually what, to me, we all are. We are energy having an energetic experience in human form. But we all too often forget we are energy. We're waves that are appearing as particles, appearing only. And so this is a magical game that we get to play. And so when I think of flowers, I like to think of a rose bush. We are all individual roses on one bush. And so we do get to shine, to bring all of our rosedness that we can in our own individual way. And you use the word, Marty, purpose. And I would follow purpose with pull. When we have that pull on our heart that carries us forward and we don't deny it. To me, that's what life is about. I call it, you have when you're skiing, I'm out by Aspen right now, a fall line. You go and you ski until something gets in your way and you turn, and then you go until something gets in your way. Energetically, we all have a flow line. We follow the pull on our heart and we flow until something turns us, and we don't fight it and we don't argue it. We go till something turns us. It doesn't mean that we aren't working to change our inner landscape and our outer landscape, but we go with that beautiful flow or that resonant energy. And the thing that I like to say to everyone when we talk about universal self, because we are all individual flowers, but we are all oneness. And it's something I've talked with Emmanuel so many times about the time of competition is gone, the time of co-opetition and cooperation. That is where we are at. We are all one. We all came from love. We are all love. We couldn't be anything other than love. When we understand that and we bathe in, like I was asked, so what's the trip been like on the RV? And I there's like this bubble of love when you can stay in the state where there's real stuff going on. Let's not make any light of it, or not make any, let's make light of it. Let's bring all the light and the love we can. Let's drop, we're talking about trauma today. And Rumi would say, the wound is where the light shines through. And that universal self comes out when we are cracked open. We drop our shields. It's almost like we drop to our knees, and then we can let the something greater shine through.
Wow.
Indeed we can.
And who said they couldn't follow us?
I'm saying, and can we chime in and keep playing with
Sure,
this?
please do.
Literally, this is such a trip, Michael. I was just looking at this definition for something called natural inclusionality, because right now we're talking about all these things with diversity and equity and inclusion. And there's a definition called natural inclusionality, which talks about how all form is flow form. And it's this energetic configuration of space. And they use the metaphor of like a bubble, where you actually blow these huge bubbles, and we're all different size bubbles and different ways the light refracts off the bubble. And there's more air in this bubble and less air in that bubble, but we're all bubbles, and we all flow and change and move according to what's near us, by us. And I think that that's absolutely how I like to define trauma, just like you were describing. It's how we shift and choose to be the form that has now been given this new thing in front of us. You could call it an obstacle, you could call it, a different fall line or through line or flow line, but whatever is around you, we're shaped by all of those things. So to have this kind of binary thought of us and them is so antiquated. It's now kaleidoscope mind all the way. And being in that diamond refractory space where we acknowledge that all colors make all things, we can't be exclusionary with one another. It doesn't make sense, which is why race as a social construct is so real and so hard for little children, and why I'm so excited for all of us to come to this clarification. And I hope that people see that it's traumatic to be in a place where exclusion lives. It's traumatic to have an us, them, and not realize we're not all one rose bush. I love that visual. We are. And it's so important for us to not re-traumatize babies by, birth already is a traumatic event. We want to be all one and all together and figure all of this out. We are all on the same planet. We breathe the air that the trees breathe in, and the trees breathe out the air that we breathe in. And this kind of homeostasis and symbiosis, if we don't come together really and truly and get beyond the smoke and mirrors of race as a social construct is going to be a global traumatic event. And we're seeing that now. And it's so exciting to be on a panel where we're talking about ways to move through it
Yeah.
and to get to that cracked light within. Absolutely.
I just want to say something quickly to that, because we are truly onto something here. Through my business, which is Ungun Institute, and that's where we help individuals disarm trauma. One of the things that I teach my trainers is that trauma doesn't just show up in poverty, it also shows up in privilege. And when we understand that, then we will start to deal with trauma as a whole, as a group, as that one rose bush that you were just speaking about. Because if there's one rose that's dying on that bush, it will eventually affect all of the roses. It will, that one rose, and how it is not receiving the oxygen that it needs to live. If we leave it dying and still attached to the bush, trauma is transferable. It will affect the entire bush. And that's what we need to understand. It doesn't matter if you the biggest, brightest bloom rose on that bush and you have something underneath you that's dying. It's important for us to make sure that we treat the entire bush, not just that one flower. We must treat the entire bush from the root.
I wasn't sure. Thank you. So that Marty, you hit the nail on the head. And it's interesting. Our business, Inspire Nation, we went through an interesting trauma over the last few weeks because a dear friend and my personal assistant, well, he just moved today to Turkey from Gaza. He was hiding under a staircase as there's bombing going on all around him, as families that ran for help were killed by drones. And I'm not taking any political side. They went for help, but they were seen on heat as running, and they were killed. And I understand, and I was mentioning, the wound is where the light shines through. It seems to me that when these occurrences take place, whether it's race on an individual basis, a community basis, or one country saying we're this versus another, and whatever it is, if we are to come together as one, we need to rush to the aid of every single person who has trauma. And the hardest thing is when you have trauma, you close down. But that trauma has a ripple effect. Those kids in either country over there, those kids, that trauma will carry forward for generations if we don't go, we need to help here. Conversely, though, the heart is so cracked open, and so the ego is so a puddle of mud at that point, that when you can help people at this healing moment, I believe that the amount of good, I'm going to go back to waves and particles because I love playing in this realm, the frequency, the shift in frequency, that global chorus that we're talking about here today goes up an octave and up further still.
You know, it's interesting. We never really worry about the fire on our street when it's not our home.
That's exactly what we need to do.
And we need to.
Exactly.
We need to run to the fire with a bucket of water.
That's right.
When we see the fire, whether it is our home, our neighbors, or someone nearby, if we are in the vicinity of that fire, we need to jump in as if it is our own backyard. And until we start responding like that to what is happening. And it's so interesting, Michael, that you even mentioned what took place with your assistant, because there was a moment with my own assistant as I was doing a training with Ungun. And in that moment where we're talking about ungunning, disarming trauma, that could be something from a car accident to whatever, however trauma shows up. But I really engage in the space of gun violence and how that is showing up around the globe, specifically in the United States. And I've worked with Michael Brown's mother and father, or what have you, the young man who was shot and killed by a police officer in Ferguson. So that's where that really began. And I've worked with Oscar Grant's mother and just so many more. But the bottom line is this. While I'm doing the training, and my own assistant received a call that her son was shot and killed while we were in the middle of the training. So when it hits your own backyard, it's a totally different feeling from when you just, but I want that 3 alarm or 5 alarm, I don't know how they say it, fire, to when the alarm goes off. I want us to feel it the same way, whether it's our building burning or someone else's.
Absolutely. And that really comes and speaks to compassion. And that's really the best way for all of us to heal from any trauma, is to step into the compassion and sharing with all of your heart what the other person is feeling. And I feel that, as a society, we're all so atomistic and on all of our own little phones and watching our own little TV shows and in our own little world, that we, as long as it isn't our house on fire, and we don't think about it. And how do we reignite compassion in people? Does it take a traumatic event? Does it take something as diabolical as someone gunning down both of your assistants? I mean, I can't even believe the synchronicity of these stories, but what does it take for us to step into that place of compassion and not re-traumatize everyone and everything around us?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Emmanuel,
Thank
I
you,
know
Ami.
you're going to move us forward.
Go
Emmanuel.
ahead. You have a comment, Michael?
Yeah, thank you, Ami. What it has me thinking is also coming from that eye or heart of compassion. What if we viewed the world differently? What if we viewed the person who is playing the role of the aggressor or whomever or whatever, and instead of looking at their action, instead of looking at what's coming out of their mouth, if we can actually see the walking, talking, wounded inner child. And that makes me want to cry, because if you see the most aggressive person, no matter what, on a political grand scale or whatever, if you can see that wounded inner child and you can send them love, and can love literally change the world? Yes, I truly believe it can.
Yes.
And you can send them love in that moment where they could literally be pointing a gun at you, but you see them. How much can rushing in to help each person to heal who you think is on the opposite, because there are no opposites. That's one arm fighting with the other. That's an arm fighting with a foot. It's oneness.
Yeah.
But if you come here, my brother, my sister. I want to heal you. Yes, heal you. I want to heal you. I want to help you. I am here for you. Okay, it doesn't matter. We've been positioned on other sides, on other colors, on other anything. It's all not made up. It's all energy. None of this is real. But that wounded inner child, that's real. Let's work on that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that level of compassion changes everything.
Michael, this is something I say all the time. It's my tagline to Dr. Marty. Hurt people, healed people, heal people. And to your point, we have to understand, who are we looking at in that moment? Are we looking at someone that's in real-time hurt? Or are we looking at someone that has healed from their hurt? But one thing for sure, they're both interchangeable, because today I'm healed. But if I am healed, then that meant at some point I was hurt. So I can't forget that. And remembering that is where that compassion begins to grow. I will take compassion and empathy any day over money and power. Any day. Because I know that I will misuse the money and the power if I don't have compassion and empathy. Money and power is a tool. But when you're talking about survival tools, that's compassion and empathy for your brother and your sister. That is the difference of someone walking away from the fire because it's not their house, and someone getting a bucket and trying to help to put the fire out.
Thank you. My goodness, what a beautiful, deep introduction. You've all helped us here gather into the universal self and the concept of it here. And, we have 3 people here who healed themselves and healed many past lesions and have seen that light. We have Michael the alchemist, Marty the activist, and Ami, the artivist, if I may. What better team to come together and find this compassion? And but the truth of the matter is, it's not a house down the block that's burning. It's our very own home. After a long, hot summer, our planet is on fire. Our ice caps are melting. Our very home that gave us birth is burning up before our very eyes. The burning bush isn't around the corner. It's our bush. It's our home. So the call to the action, that transition from being in perhaps a seemingly hopeless position to igniting your passion and then finding your purpose and feel that pull, that's got to be universal now. Because the trauma isn't some special isolated incident that happens to other people. It's what's the scourge of our society today. And we are all traumatized, and we are all the rose bushes being infected. And I just like then, with the three of you, healed helpers as you are, could you take this concept of the universal self and give us a little bit of your background? Because I know you've all had traumatic experiences in your lives. And I know you found the strength and fortitude to overcome them and to actually use that trauma to build your inner universal self and find the strength and the vision to go forward. How did you do that? What conjured up that? It would have been so easy for any of you at any point in your life to give up or resign. And yet you came out the stronger and the better for it. How'd you do it?
I guess I'll jump in here for this one and see if I can make it concise, because it could be a long journey here. I've had 2 near-death experiences, and I don't recommend them for anyone. It sounds like, oh, wow, what a cool experience. No, the term near death is something that you would like to avoid. And I know after the first one, I had to make a conscious choice that I wanted to put all of my energies toward healing, because we have a choice in each moment. If we put all of our energy towards being a victim, towards this is something terrible that happened, towards how awful is this, that does one thing to our energy, and good luck coming back from it. If we say, I have no choice but to take and rally all the energies of my heart, of my mind, of my beingness, and to rally those forces for the or something better. I was in the hospital, doctor saying, you're going to lose your leg or lose your life. I've got to get you into surgery this second. And I stopped and started coaching him and telling him that this is the most beautiful experience. Everything's going to go back together better than you ever expected it would. That comes out of that decision. Now, fast forwarding my journey, which involved getting wiped out financially, losing our home, my wife getting autoimmune challenges with mold toxicity, and her being exceptionally sick. It was what helped me on my path, was finding a way to connect with spirit. And that can mean anything to anyone. That can be your inner wisdom. That can be God. That can be source. That can be Allah. That can be Buddha. It doesn't matter what you label it. The Akashic field, resonance, frequency, love. Love's a beautiful one. But if you can find some way to tap into that love that is all there is every day, or even almost every waking moment of every day, that changes your life force. That changes your direction. You will find that purpose. You will find that pull. You will find that calling, because you're no longer operating from, we'll call it the small, scared mind. You're operating from the greater mind. And to me, if we can find a way individually and as a whole, but we'll start with the individual, because the world that's burning on fire, that isn't just the bush, that is us. We are on fire because of our inner wounds that haven't been healed. And when we learn how to work on the individual, on the inner wounds, it changes our entire outer environment. And when we plug in on a daily basis to something, I don't care what you label it, and you find a means to do it. We wrote a book, The Automatic Writing Experience, to help you plug into spirit on a daily basis. But you do that, it changes everything. And for ourselves, who are basically flattened on our back on what are we doing in life? Why do we feel so off? Once we connected on a daily basis, everything changed. And that inner wisdom, love, whatever you want to call it, will help you to heal when you say, I'm ready and I'm plugging back in.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
I will be brief. I tell my story as many places as I possibly can. I have a one-woman show where I've used the stage in my artistry to tell my story, because it doesn't just belong to me. I'm one of those people that believe that life is what we get to live, but we become the examples for others so that they know how to live. And so telling my story is easy. And I don't believe that my story is any different from a lot of people. I grew up in a household where my father was an alcoholic. He was very abusive to my mother. It was my brother and I, same mother and father. And one day I found my mother in the floor when I was 8 years old, where she had tried to commit suicide by taking pills. I called 911. And it was in that moment that I realized that this was not a happy home. There was truly something wrong. This was dysfunctional. And I started to understand even what was causing that. Whatever it is, my father was drinking that caused him to act the way that he was acting. And when he responded like that, it caused my mother to feel a certain way, to the point that she didn't even want to live. But my mother, she said that she saw that in that moment of me finding her, she says, what example am I setting for my daughter? But the end result of that is that hurt and pain that I experienced, that my mother experienced, my brother, and even after the divorce of my mother and father, that hurt and pain had to go somewhere. And it's what I call a trauma bullet. It was through those experiences, those events, that got lodged into my mind, my body, and my spirit. And it was taking me on a different path and a different direction in life. Now here I am. I have all this hurt and pain and sorrow inside of me that's not coming up and it's not coming out. And every time somebody does something to trigger me, that's why I call this ungun, because I use terms that are associated with guns and trauma and bullets and blood and all of that, because I really want people to get it and understand just how painful this is. And when those triggers began to happen, I fire back. And I became that little girl who was hurt and helpless and hopeless, to that teenager that wasn't going to take nothing off anybody. You say something to me, I'm snapping back. You look like you were going to do something to me, I'm fighting back. And we see that today in a lot of our teens that are showing up in a way, and we're going, my gosh, who raised them? What's going on with them? But you're not really looking behind the curtain. There were some events that has happened with these babies that's caused them to show up like this. And after I got suspended for 90 days at one school for fighting a teacher, and I was going to drop out, my mother said, you can't drop out of school, Marty. So she moved us from one side of town to the next so I could go to a different school district. I went from a school where there were 80% Blacks to now I'm in a pool of children where there's only 20% or less Blacks. Total different atmosphere. And here I am again. I couldn't escape the trauma. Within 30 days, I had another fight. And it was my music teacher that said to me, Marty, you are gifted. And I want you to hold on to that one word, because it was that one word that turned it around. She says, Marty, you are gifted. See, you tell a hopeless child that feels like they have no value and they're not worth anything, because of everything they've seen and they've been fighting to hold on. And then somebody comes along and they tells them a word that has just as much power. You've now given me an opportunity to have hope. You're gifted and doors will open for you. But as soon as they open, they will close if you don't change what's going on the inside. And it was in that very moment that Marty taught herself how to ungun, how to regurgitate those trauma bullets, because I wanted to live in that place of being gifted and people seeing the light in me and not the darkness. I wanted to be the friend and not the enemy. I wanted to be somebody that was worth something and not live in a place of feeling worthless.
Come on.
In that moment, that white teacher, and that's important for me to say, saw this little Black girl for what I had to offer the world and not for what the world had given to me. She saw my future, not my past. She put a mic in my hand and she let me sing. And when I sung at the Black History program that year, the teachers, the staff, and every student stood to their feet. And when they gave me a standing ovation, I felt it from the inside. Not just something I saw and, oh, look at everybody clapping for me. No, 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 no. I felt that from the inside. And I still sing that song today. Why? Because it became the very tool, the hammer that built the house. And so when I sing that song is more than just a song with words. And it is my superpower. And I want to sing just a little bit, and so we can go on to our next guest. But I want to sing a little bit. Now, Lord, you don't have to move the mountains, but give me the strength to climb. Now, Lord, don't you take away my stumbling blocks, but just to lead me all around. Now, Lord, I don't bother nobody. I just try to treat everybody the same. Oh, but when I turn my back to ease the pain, you know they scandalize my name. I still sing that song today because that song was the medicine that helped me to get past the hurt and pain. I challenge everyone listening today, find a song, put it in your heart, and sing it like you are getting ready to be the #1 artist on the charts. And it doesn't matter if you ever land on the charts. You're not singing it for that. You're singing it for your own life. You are singing it for your own benefit. Put a song in your heart and sing.
We've all got a song in our heart with you, Marty. Beautiful. And Michaela, I think you've got some songs in your heart and your story as well.
Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, I don't even know. I'm following both of y'all. But you know what's really powerful, and it speaks to the universal self, is that both of those stories, I'm in both of those stories. And this is the power of sharing space and sharing stories, that when you can feel the oneness of your brothers and your sisters and being together in both of those situations. I also died and came back and had the hospital doctors tell me every single day they were going to chop off my legs. and they were going to do this and the other thing. And I had to sing the prayer and, sing that prayer. Not today, tomorrow, maybe, but today. And it's that strength, that place of finding your oneness. And I think for me, the trauma is about tapping into that universal self where you see and feel the meta perspective of your God force within you. And you see and you feel your story, Marty, and you see and you feel the pain that you went through. Michael, they're mine too. They're my stories. And I think that if people realize that the refugee child is also us, and the mama lying on the ground who tried to commit suicide is also us, and the young biker that died twice is also us, then we would not have space to hate. And this is coming from somebody who survived being murdered. I went to a music festival to sing. And it was that moment I was describing before where I was driving past, this place is in Hart, Michigan, and I was driving past this bar. And I remember looking out the window, going to this music festival, and it was my last big hurrah before I went to medical school. And I was so excited to go and sing because I had to choose between being a professional singer and being a doctor. Everybody was like, you can't do both. You're gonna have to choose. And so I was like, doggone it. All right, I'm going to medical school, but I really want to have this one last time to sing, because music is medicine. And I remember going past this bar, and I remember the air stood still, and I looked in and I saw these 5 white boys playing pool, and they didn't see me at all. But I remember thinking and feeling in that moment, somehow I'm connected to them. It was the wildest feeling. It was really that kind of psychic sensation that we all kind of have, that tap into that meta universe where we're like, somehow I know that they're part of my storyline. And maybe it's just the storyline. I was going to the music festival and I saw these guys in the bar. I had no idea. But anyway, I get to this field of flowers. And I grew up, my family's from the South, and both of my parents worked hard, their first generation off the plantation. And that is real. And they worked their butts off to become doctors so that I could grow up and go to a better school. And I grew up in an all-white neighborhood. And I've experienced racism for all of my life. And I remember that I used to sing to their inner child, just like you were talking about, Michael, where I was literally face to face with the Grand Wizard of the KKK and asked him how he did his laundry and got his white so white. And we had a whole conversation that was beyond. It was beyond the hatred. But I'm telling you all these bits of the story to get back to the main story of how I healed from trauma. It was a lifetime of practice of choosing, a lifetime of practice of walking through the woods alone because my parents were gone all night and all day because we were latchkey kids because they were doctors. And I got to sing in the woods with the caterpillar and the fish and the trees and the birds. And I connected to everything. I felt one with everything. I was so alive and awake with everything. And when I was a kid, I used to love to, watch Pippi Longstocking because she was just brazen and bold and brave. And, she would speak her mind. And I loved Peter Pan because he would fly around and stick up for the underdog. But I really loved Dr. Dolittle because Dr. Dolittle could talk to everybody and everything. And I should have known that was going to be like the lifeline to like how I was going to lead my life. I was going to travel the world, talking to everybody, doing everything that I could, singing up for the underdog. That was just kind of like the map. And it was in that moment when I was driving past that bar and I saw those men and we stood still, that connectivity, that when they ran me over on purpose in a field of flowers, because I was in that field trying to connect with the little bugs and the bees and the flowers, and they saw me and they drove on purpose to hit me and drag me 86 feet on a gravel road. When I died and came back, as I was dying under that truck, I remember there was a whole list of songs playing, like do you remember those old commercials where they were like 70s greatest hits and there's all these songs going down the list and you're like, oh, Penny Lane, I don't know all the words to that song because I knew I had to sing to stay alive. And I knew that that was the only way that I was going to stay in my body if I sang some songs. And I was trying to pick which song to sing and I was trying to decide. And I saw my, literally the spirit, it was like white gauze come off my body. And I literally left my body and died. And I remember it was in that moment, that meta perspective of looking down, connected to my universal self, where I saw everybody and everything, just like you were talking about, Michael, everybody and everything that sang to keep it that medicine, just like you said, Marty. And I rose up out of my body and started flying in the sky. And I could feel all my senses awake. I could feel the air coursing through me like I was also air. I could see the sun. I could taste the water in the clouds. Everything was me and I was everything. And while I was up there, I heard, I'm up from Mahijaya. I'm up from Mahijaya. And I did not know what that word was or what that song meant until I got back. And I healed through the hospital, through the trauma, being my own medical advocate. Just like you said, Michael, you have to teach the doctors how to take care of you. You have to teach other people how to heal you. So you can't break from the trauma if you ever get any message across to everybody watching this. You have to be one with your own oneness. You have to be one with your one universal self. You have to be plugged in, tapped in, turned on, facing that fierceness that's happening within you because you have just entered into the portal of your universal truth, your ruthless authenticity, yourself that cannot be stopped by anyone. You sing that song on that stage and you feel everybody go to their feet. You do all of these things so that you can feel your oneness. You can feel your God force. You can feel your universal truth. You can feel your connectedness to everything and everyone all around you. It is such a farcity to believe that we are not all the same mycelial network. We are all connected. We are all on this planet together. And so we cannot let the polar bears not have icebergs. We cannot let the little squirrels, die from the fires. We have to pay attention to all these things because we're all of that. And it was when I had died and was able to feel the oneness of all of it, that when I came back, and I started facing more racism and adversity, I had to laugh. I was like, you all are so funny. Let's go put you in a little time out, children, because this is not where we are at now. It's such a bigger story. It's such a bigger world. We have to get that bigger perspective. We have to step into our universal selves. We have to act with compassion and we have to give forgiveness. And that is how I got through. The way that I was able to really heal through the trauma was every time, the doctors kept circling because I had broken ribs, damaged internal organs, burnt skin. I was under that truck cooking. My skin, I got 3rd-degree burns over 70% of my body. All of that happened under that truck. So I saw every doctor on the planet. So every doctor would come in and go, we need to talk about your anger and your rage, just like you talked about that bullet of anger. And I was like, you know what? I don't have any time for that right now. Like you said, Michael, I got to get up out of here. I have one goal on this planet, one goal on this ship. I got to get out of this bed so I could go handle my goal. I got to go handle my stuff. I have a purpose. I have a vision and I'm connected to all. And it was in that place of commitment to self that wasn't even something that was like hard to do. It was just this innate drive. It was that being beyond. It was that being compelled to fast forward to the being out in the world again that allowed me to forgive those 5 white boys in that way. And one of them was the mayor's son, honey. And don't you know, when the police came, the cop said, one less N-word in the world is fine with me, and let them go. And it was a Black nurse in the hospital that demanded the police to find out who those boys were that ran me over, because otherwise it was going to go as a crime undone. And they had other people of color that had been run over. It was a killing spree that was happening that I was a part of. This hate crime, this murderous intentionality of trying to kill people because you have purchased the belief that we are separate and different and we are not all one. It is not true. And so healing from trauma allows that truth to be tapping into your universal self allows that truth to be. And that is truly the way that we are all going to heal and thrive and grow and continue to have music in our hearts, just like y'all said. Oh my Lord.
Woo.
Another thing.
Ooh.
Talking.
Wow.
That's beautiful.
Wow.
Listening. This is such an important topic, because I do feel like so many people are suffering, just like your mama. When you talk about it, people are so gentle. People say things like, oh, they're vulnerable, or they're, and there's positivity to vulnerability as well. But I think that we've been taught to smash things, and people smash things, and they smash people. And like you said, hurt people, heals people, heal people. And if we can unplug the desire to smash and kill and focus more on the healing and the togetherness and the oneness of the rose bush, then we can all be beautiful roses. Please, can we do that?
We can. But you know, one thing I know for sure, you cannot kill purpose.
Yes! Or passion. That's right. That's right.
Marty, let me go to a word that you used, to your most important word. And I mean, Marty, beyond blown away. I want to go to that word gift. Because if we can wrap our minds around, we're going to go to the two purposes of gift, or the two meanings here. One is that we are all, like you're saying, I believe we all came here with a gift wrapped around our heart. And it's our job to unwrap that gift and go for it with everything we've got. And a lot of trauma comes from being told, you can't follow that gift. You can't become a singer and an activist. You can't do this. You don't have the brain power, the looks, the height, the whatever, the upbringing, the money. You can't. And that word is a killer, and that word is a trauma maker.
Yes.
If we understand, we have to go after that gift, because those are the unique, there's a unique tapestry that is the oneness, that is the universal self. And we each, our color, our beingness is a piece of that tapestry. And when we understand that, we bring that forward, that changes everything. That's what we were meant to do. We begin to heal. On top of that, the word gift. Marty, what happened to you? And I'm convinced your mom became Superwoman herself.
Yes.
She is. I just celebrated her. Her birthday is tomorrow. Oh, Michael's frozen. We got to unfreeze Michael.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Unfreeze. Am I unfrozen? Have I
Yes,
unfrozen?
You're back, Michael.
Have I unfrozen? Please. Okay. Yay. I froze at a good point, because Marty, your mom was a superwoman. And because of that wound, you became a superwoman. Ami, it's not despite getting run over and killed that you are here to share. It's because of that gift. When we can wrap our mind around that we all came here, I truly believe we all came here on a journey to be wounded. Yes. Because the wound matches the cure.
Yes.
Where there is the wound is the cure, if we lean into it, if we understand this is a gift. And that's really hard when you tell a little child who's been traumatized, wounded, attacked, raped, burned, everything, that this is a gift. But if we can wrap our minds around this, then we actually took the very thing that has traumatized us as an individual and as a planet and use it as the healing elixir.
Come on. And the paradox of trauma is that it has the power to both destroy as well as transform and resurrect. It is so true what you said. And what's so powerful is this astrologer that I went to years later looked at my chart and was like, oh, your Pluto went retrograde. You went on a very deep journey here in your birth chart. And I was like, oh, I went to Egypt. I'm trying to think of an actual trip. She was talking about the accident, and she had the date and the time. And when I realized that was in my birth chart, that was so deep to me. Like, okay, yes. So what you're saying, Michael, we come into this space with a purpose to unwrap that gift, talking to Marty, and see the trauma that is the gift, and heal from that, and cure from that, and share the stories from that, and be the elixir for others. It's incredible.
And I say, I'm sorry, Ami, if I cut you off.
Not at all. We're having a mutual love fest. It's fantastic.
Okay, I just love it. I love it. But I say all the time that words matter and words are powerful.
Yes.
And it really was just that one word that I needed her to speak, that I needed to hear. It was the one word that I could connect to find my own inner value. And when I think about how a lot of individuals are showing up today, shooting and killing one another, and all that I think about is they don't know their own value.
Yes.
They're so disconnected from their purpose. If they knew they was gifted, if they knew, if I could tell somebody you're gifted.
Come on now.
If I could just tell the whole world, when you feeling the hurt and the pain, you have purpose. That's how we save a life.
Yes.
No matter what anybody else is saying about you.
Yes.
If we can just let that one word reach.
Yes.
You can't kill purpose.
No, you cannot.
And your gift has value. And just like a puzzle piece, we're all puzzle pieces and we fit somewhere. And if you have a 5,000 puzzle that you're putting together, one piece is missing.
That's right.
The puzzle is no good. It's incomplete.
That's exactly right. Come on with that.
It's incomplete.
It's incomplete.
So I try to encourage and tell, especially the youth, how valuable they are.
Yes.
Because I know that I could be telling a totally different story from a totally different place. See, because my brother, somebody didn't tell him he was gifted. My brother ended up in jail twice. Same brother, mother, and father eating the same food, same roof over his head. Because he didn't have that one teacher to whisper that word to him. He took a different route. When you spoke about it, the flow line changed, Michael, with my brother. Because he didn't have that one word.
Yes. You know, it was so revolutionary when they came out with the song, "To Be Young, Gifted, and Black." People, they weren't going to play that on the radio for a long time because it was going to empower all of these young, gifted Black children. And to have those words put together is so powerful, to be told as the ultimate underdog that you have a gift and you are worth something and it's in a song. Come on now.
Can I make you all chuckle?
Yes.
Please.
Make us chuckle.
My music teacher, she and I are still friends on Facebook today. Isn't that the cutest? And right now today, when I talk about triggers, you know, because triggering can be good, bad, or indifferent. You know what I mean? It's like something you see, you smell, you touch, you taste. It's all through it's all through you know, the emotions or what have you, and the senses. And every time my teacher makes a comment on one of my Facebook posts, I feel the same way of that day that she spoke those words to me. I still have it takes me back. It triggers me, but it triggers me in a good way. And it takes me back. And it's almost like, and she doesn't comment on everything, but every now and then she'll make a comment. And it's just enough energy to boost me and to send me on my way. It's the same thing with Emmanuel. When I was telling you all earlier, it's like Emmanuel's one of those people that have come into my life. And it's like when I see him, I'm in the room with him. It's something I feel. And if he ever needed me for anything, it's an automatic yes. We have people that trigger us in that way. Find your tribe of those good people that trigger you. That's shooting love. That's shooting encouragement inside of you. Injecting you with those things we need that gives us life.
Have you ever told that teacher that she
Of course, girl, she gets tired of me telling her that. I tell her every time I see her, she's like, "Stop it, Marty, that you were gonna be okay no matter what." I'm like, "No, you just don't know. I was really on a bad path." But I really want to acknowledge her in a major, major way. And I have not done that yet, but I will be doing that soon.
That's beautiful.
You brought up a memory in me that I completely forgot. I hadn't come together. I wrote a book years ago called College Confidence with ADD for students and adults who are labeled with attention deficit disorder. Because to me, a big reason that kids end up in crime, that kids end up in jail, is because they're told they're worthless. They're told they can't do it. They're told how they're bad people. And from kindergarten, I guess kindergarten, first grade, second grade. Well, first grade, I got sent back to kindergarten. Second grade, I got sent back to first grade on a daily basis to humiliate me. In fact, second grade, they sometimes even sent me back to kindergarten to humiliate me for my behavior. I was actually radically smart, but I couldn't handle a classroom environment. Why are you strapping me to a chair for 6, 7, 8 hours a day? That's not how I learn. But when I was sent to kindergarten and the kindergarten teacher didn't know what to do with me, she would send me to the principal's office and he'd have a chocolate milk waiting for me and would talk to me as if I was a human being. And that had an effect that carried me through the dark nights of the soul of even parents, of teachers, of everyone telling me, "You're broken. There's something wrong with you. Why can't you get your act together? You're such a screw up. You're such a loser." But having that one person there, like you're saying, Marty, is and that didn't even occur to me. Then junior year high school, it was a teacher who recognized I had just quit acting. I had made a choice of whether I was going to be an actor or a cyclist. And to this day, I wonder about that. But it's all purpose, it's all path. We get to understand that. It's all purpose, it's all path, it's all, I say God is. And God is means that it's all the energy carrying you forward on that flow line. And so I ran into a mentor junior year, Mrs. Johnson, I'll never forget her, who I became the editor-in-chief of our new high school newspaper, which actually carried me forth to writing books, which carried me forth after I got injured and could no longer do whatever. Where am I going with this? We get to seek out individuals and groups who bring us up and make a conscious choice. Are these people dragging me down? How do they make me feel? Are these people bringing me up? And we get to be that love over fear-o-meter and follow that GPS that is both internal and external. What is the group I will resonate with? As you're saying, Marty, who is my tribe? And go after that uplifting tribe with everything that you've got. Then you can go and help heal some of those other people, but realize that lower tribe might be a Hoover. It might be an endless black hole that you can't heal.
Yeah,
but when you
in the hurt category, you got to move from that group of hurt people, because hurt people, over here to that group of those that heal. And that's what your principal was to you, Michael. He helped to heal you and move you to that place. And I am convinced that you are still an actor on a cyclist. That's
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my,
It's a different stage now, isn't it, Marty?
Thank you all so much for just revealing your hearts and your souls and your beauty and your wisdom, and above all, your love and courage of these stories and how you've responded to it. Just bless you all. It's just a beautiful thing. And I'm just so in awe of all three of you and the storylines you've traversed and where we are today. And it seems you've all learned plenty of lessons from your own dealings with trauma. And certainly there's been so much wonderful advice in your stories themselves. But let's each of you take a moment and relate that to our audience out there. A lot of people maybe who are still traumatized, who haven't found their purpose, who are searching or lost. What can they do? What can they do? This is the Global Oneness Summit. The tribe is theoretically the whole world in our hands. But we need to get there yet. What can people do to find their tribe, to rediscover their purpose, and put it into the state of flow?
There's an element here that's so important, which is, I'll call it the kitchen sink, whatever that means to you. When you have those wounds and you choose, I'm going to step into my superpower, my wound is my superpower, then you need either an individual or you need to find a technique or many techniques to heal your wounds. Okay, you've made a choice. I will heal this. Now, how am I going to do it? Is it going to be through song? Is it going to be through psychiatry? Is it going to be through alchemy? Is it going to be through a clearing technique? And I play with energetic clearing techniques. Is it going to be shamanic journeying? What is going to be the tool or tools I am going to choose to use? And then you start to lift up the rocks until you find that tool that works for you, that helps you to heal your heart. We do that first and foremost. We find those tribes, we find those people that resonate with us. But once we make a choice to heal, we need to find a modality. Because it is one thing to say, I can remember when I met my wife, she could see right through me. I was at a Buddhist meditation center. I'm sitting there. I've got long hair. I'm in Boulder, Colorado. I'm kind of, she called me a hippie cyclist. I'm just me at that point. And she goes, how are you doing? Or tell me about your childhood. And, I explained, beaten up and this and that and the other, bullied. And she goes, oh, how are you doing now? And I'm like, well, I healed all my wounds. And she's like, run. I will never date you in my life. I know that's not the case. She was right at the time. But then I started doing the work. Find the tool or tools, find the help. Do not stop. And do not accept anybody or anyone saying that you are broken or that you're less than, or that I didn't relate this. I was trying to make it in the Tour de France. I'm racing in France as a cyclist. I had a roundabout. You couldn't see around this turn. The crowd's going wild. Safety official waving me through the turn straight into an oncoming car. Oh. And that was my career right there in that moment. And I had PTSD for 6.5, 7 years badly. Then I had it for another decade before I finally could kick that to the curb. I had to go and seek the tools and say, all right, that rage, that anger, that wounding in me, which came out also in my back, that is actually serving as a guidepost, that is serving as a light. What am I going to do about it? And so I want everybody who's watching this to know we all have wounds from ourselves. Heck, as an energetic being having an energetic experience, you have wounds from your parents and your parents' parents and their parents' parents that have been gifted to you as well. Whether that's certainly going back to slavery or being yanked out of your environment to be dragged to another country, whether that's coming out of my family, coming out of, or my relatives anyway, coming out of Nazi Germany, whatever that is, you have wounds that get to be healed. If you will challenge yourself to be an alchemist, what does an alchemist mean? It means to transmute energy, to take that fear, to take that wound, to turn it into love and say, I am going to be an intronaut. I'm going to dive into myself with everything that I've got and work to heal everything that got and put on my 3D glasses and look at everything. Find the tool that works for you. Go after that with everything that you've got. You will change yourself and you will change inherently. You, by changing your inner landscape, will change the outer geography entirely just by doing that, and go after it with everything you've got.
I love it.
Thank you.
Inner knot. That's so fabulous.
I love
The inner knot, exploring the inner universal self.
I was going to go last. I mean, but
yes, I could go.
But I think I need to come behind Michael because he's saying a lot of things that I was just getting ready to say.
Go for it,
and then
Michael.
I just think that you gonna tie a big bow on the end of all of this. So I want to let you tie that bow.
Worthy. I'm with the bow worthies. That's
I know. I want you to tie the big bow on the box so we can all
but that's a lot of pressure. But go ahead on.
I know you got it. So I want to say, Michael, when you just shared with them to find that modality, that's what my business is one of them. And I say to everyone that I encounter, ungun might not be for you, but there are many other ways and other modalities and other healers and other ways. And so I want to just concur with what you just said. It is so important. Find one. Now I want to tell you a little bit about ungun, because it is available to you. And if this is something that's speaking to someone that's listening in right now, we do online workshops, and I even have an in-person workshop coming up in October, and you can find that information at unguninstitute.com. However, what I want to say to you, when Michael just spoke about how we inherit certain things from our families, I teach that. Trauma tracing is what I call it. And I got that through COVID tracing, right? Through this pandemic we just came out. I was like, now, if we're tracing COVID, then we definitely need to be tracing trauma. Because if we trace trauma, we will find out, without having to firsthand experience a lot of things, that some of the things that has triggered my mother came from a place that triggered her through her mother, and so on and so forth. I was fortunate enough to know my great grandmother, who was born in 1910 and didn't die until 2003. So I was well in my 30s before I lost my great grandmother. So I'm able to trauma trace real time from my great grandmother all the way down to my grandson. Okay, we're talking about 6 generations. And through that is healing within itself. When you really start to use the formula that I will give you to help you identify some things, that's healing. Also, when we talk about simple little things that we can do, there was 3 simple things that we did during COVID to help to keep a lot of us alive. They said, wear your mask, 6 feet distance, and wash your hands often. How are these 3 little things going to keep all of us alive? But it did. And there's 4 simple things that can keep you alive through trauma, keep you from hurting other people. It's all about resetting when you are emotionally feeling overwhelmed. And you need to stop and breathe. Just simply take a breath. Put a pause between the calls. Put a pause between you and the reaction of what you're about to do, or how you're about to respond to how you feel. You own your feelings. I'm not going to tell you how to feel because I don't know your story. You own those. But so that you don't transfer your hurt to someone else or cause more hurt and pain to yourself, like my mother did, I want you to just simply stop and breathe. Then I want you to acknowledge your feelings. What are you feeling? Why are you feeling that way? Because who you're talking to in that moment is your team, your inner team. Who's your inner team? It's your mind, your body, and your spirit. Because it's all responding to something. When we witnessed my assistant, the trauma hit, when she got the phone call of what happened, and her husband wouldn't tell her specifically what happened, but he said, you got to get on the plane right away and get back home. She came back into the room. This is what we saw. The trauma showed up in her body. She couldn't even speak. So acknowledge your feelings. And what is your team saying? What was her body saying in that moment? Something was deeply hurting her, and that allowed people around her to respond. And after that, then I want you to get into the decision making. And that's what Michael spoke about. You get to choose. You get to decide what it is you want to do about it. But this is what I want you to think about in your decision. How is it going to help you heal? When those men decided that what they felt seeing a Black young lady playing in the fields was not what they liked. They decided to do a hate crime. But in that moment, they had a better decision that they could have made. Well, maybe it's time for us to move out of the neighborhood, because I don't want to live in the neighborhood where there's little Black girls that can freely play in the field. That could have been their decision. Instead, and the last thing that I want you to do is then react. Because if we don't make a decision and then react, what happens is your mind, body, and spirit, it disconnects, and they all get on, they make their own decision. You want to keep them as one. So allow your reaction to come from a place of a team effort. Today, Dr. Marty doesn't have to ball her fists up to fight anybody. Even when I'm triggered and I feel like but I don't, because I've decided I'm worth more than that. And so my reaction, I walk away. I might pray for you. I may ask to talk to you later. Whatever my decision is, it lands in a place of my healing, not my hurt. And that's what I would like to offer to you today.
Thank you, Marty.
Yes. Well, again, this is just a panel of fierce, fabulous folks. And I just want to say, ashe to you, Emmanuel, for bringing everybody together, and ashe to all of you all for being who you be in the world. And, whenever I'm spiraling into sadness and despair, when I watch the news and lament the state of affairs of our country and the world, and, women and children and people of color and immigrants and the poor, and how sexism and racism and homophobia and all of these things are still alive and well, and we face it regularly, despite how it wears us out. And we're constantly fighting and struggling for equality and for people to realize that global warming is real, this constant need for discussion and correction. And I think about this ever age-old quote of, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And when I'm feeling right there and I'm feeling traumatized by everything, I remember this song my grandmother used to sing to me when I was little. She would rock me and she would sing, by and by, when the morning comes, my sweet mama will carry me home. She will tell me the story, how we overcome, and we'll understand it better by and by. And it would soothe me so. And there was so much hope in that despair, and those old spirituals always hold the both and of that. And it made me remember things like Harriet Tubman, honey, like for real, what that sister had to muster to do what she did. Talk about resilience and grit. And it reminds me to get to my place of resilience and grit. And when we have access to that, all kinds of doors open. When you remember that you are strong, when you remember that you are one with your tribe, your people, your friends, your family, you are one within yourself. You are wholly all one, even when you are alone. I'm from DC, and it's such an interesting masala, DC, of like the North and the South and the homegrown and the transient and the powerful and the impoverished, and the descendants of the indigenous and the slave. And I went home when that beautiful National Museum of African American History and Culture opened up, and I remember as I was going through that museum, all of my ancestors and what they went through, brought chained in boats across the Atlantic, and were bought and sold like chattel to people who viewed them as animals, as product, as disposable. My sweet mama, carry me home. Or how this country that we love came to be through this pain and agony and trauma. We remember and we know how we survive and thrive and continue to live and give and be parents and grandparents with your grandson, and tracing that the beauty of that, knowing your people, knowing your lineage, knowing who you be, even if you don't know any of your ancestors or even your parents, you know you, and stepping into that remembering. And, and as I stood there in front of Harriet Tubman's shawl and prayer hymnal in that museum, I remembered these things. I remember her courage, her spirit, the fact that she ran through moonlight, through the trees, felt the moss and the lichen to remember the direction. She ate plants from the earth to give her strength. She drank from streams and swam across rivers in the moonlight to make it to freedom. And she did that over and over and over and over. And I wept because I remembered that I am her and she is me and she is all of us, because we are all one. She is our story. She is our now. And that's how we remember to face the trauma of every day. When we face it and we forget it, we remember. That's the ticket. We've got to remember, because you are her. And she is you. And our ancestors had to face things we don't even know every day, and then some, and then some, and then some. And they still carried on and moved on strongly because they needed to. They must. I am that legacy. You are that legacy of strength, of grit, of resilience, of inner power. And knowing that that's your legacy, that hard work that they did, their knowledge, their survival spirit, you not only owe it to yourself to live a long and powerful life and to share your beauty and your vision and your flow line and your fabulousness, you have to do it for them. You owe that to your ancestors, all of that. And it's going to be challenging. Our world is challenging. It's trauma everywhere. Our house is on fire. Like we've said, how is this problem going to get fixed? We want to get to the solution, the mystery solved now, go back to the normal. But this is the new normal. And we have to remember that growth, being an intronaut, internally happens slowly, but it happens. And think about how all that hard work on a cellular level brought us to be who we are. Being alive is a strong thing. All kinds of things happen behind the scenes. How your cells are triggered by your brain to take oxygen here and there, and bones grow. All of this, we have to embrace all of this, because that which made us, and those things that they try and undo us with and confuse us with and cause dissonance within us, all of that we have to have and find that remembrance, that resolve, that grit, that determination to choose understanding and compassion. And we can shift our world, shift our brain patterns, heal ourselves and all of us around. So remember to find your voice and be ruthlessly authentic, because our voice is our primal power. So find yours, speak your truth into power. And when we find our authentic voice and speak it into being, and we make a rousing, loud, and lasting difference, we are the most powerful contribution to the healing of the world. Us. Ashe.
We are.
Yes.
We become the universal self.
And that's the universal self. Yes.
Bingo. I want to bring it there for one last thought, which is we get to remind ourselves in each moment, whether that's prayer, whether that's mantra, whether that's song, which is all of the above, of not just where we came from here, but where we came from here.
Yes.
The more 24/7 that you can shoot for remembering who you are. For me, that's my automatic writing process. That's why I teach that. But whatever it is, to connect with spirit, outside spirit, inside spirit, whatever you call it, every moment it changes the decision you make. It literally, they're showing now the science behind it, noetic sciences, changes your DNA and changes your outcome.
Yes.
Of everything. You collapse the wave into a particle. What particle do you choose it to be? It is what you choose to remember as you are love, you came from love, you couldn't be anything other than love. And if you remember that, whatever that means to you, you literally change everything.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Michael and Michaela, Dr. Marty.
This has been
My
such
goodness.
a great love fest.
Yes.
It really has.
We love you, Emmanuel, for this.
We love you all.
Global
Emmanuel.
oneness. Global
Blessings.
oneness for all.
Global oneness.
Blessings to all of you.
Self.
Yes, thank you so much. Dr. Marty Casey, I'm Michaela Gustin and Michael Sandler, showing you the way to the universal self. No matter how big, no matter how bad your traumas may be, it's part of life. It's the gateway to the universal self. and it will show you your true purpose in life and take you to find your gifts, realize them, and give them back to the world for what it gave to you. We're so blessed to be with all three of you today. Thank you from the depth of my heart. Michael Sandler, I'm Michaela Gaston, Marty Casey, I'm Emmanuel Kunselman from Purpose Earth. Get out there and do something, help others find their universal self. Love and best wishes to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us today, and take care. Heal yourself. Love the world. Thank you.
Welcome to the Global Oneness Summit panel, Building a Movement of Movements for a Livable Future. I want to thank Steve Farrell, Garth Catterall, and everyone at Humanities Team for creating the Global Oneness Day Summit and inviting me to create this panel. My name is Rick Ulfik. I founded We the World more than 20 years ago, and I co-created 11 Days of Global Unity more than 17 years ago. You can find out more about We the World by going to we.net. I'm so excited about our panel today. We have some of the most skillful human connectors and movement builders on the planet here. John Raymer from the Sign Network, Reverend Sylvia Sumter of the Unity Church Movement, Jim Garrison from Humanity Rising, Alice Slater from World Beyond War and Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, and Reverend Deborah Moldow from the Evolutionary Leaders and Unity Earth. So I encourage you to get out your pen and paper now, because I know you will hear at least one person on this panel and think, I've got to be part of that. So why do we need a movement of movements? It's not just that we have poverty, militarism, a mass extinction of species, and a climate emergency with droughts and wildfires, hurricanes, and an ever increasing number of refugees worldwide. We're also facing a crisis of freedom and democracy that is holding us back from creating national and international policies that can adequately address these issues. We're seeing extreme political polarization fueled by social media algorithms that reinforce misinformation and conflict because it's profitable. In the USA, this contributes to minority rule, where politicians representing only about a third of the public can block efforts to address poverty, climate, universal health care, and other highly popular issues. No single person, organization, or movement can successfully address these challenges on their own. So it's imperative to open up the silos and end the perceived competition for scarce resources so we can create the unprecedented cooperation and coordination we need for a livable future. Realizing this, my organization, We the World, has made collaboration the foundation of all of our work. Over the years, more than 600 organizations have specifically collaborated with We the World on one or more of our 11 campaigns for change, which include things like unity and environment and economic justice, health, women, human rights, freedom, disarmament, and peace. I and we invite you to join in by going to we.net. Now let's hear from our amazing guests today, whose lives have been devoted to fostering collaboration to achieve extraordinary results. Let's start with my dear friend, John Raymer, who is founder of the Synergized Impact Network Exchange and the Compassion Games. He's an entrepreneur, civic leader, inventor, and musician who launched the international campaign for compassionate cities. As a result, there are over 450 similar compassionate community campaigns around the world. Welcome to the broadcast, John Raymer, and please tell us about your work and how you are bringing about the movement of movements for a livable future.
Yeah, well, thank you, Rick. Thank you for hosting this panel, inviting me to be a part, and thanks to Humanity's team for this Global Oneness Summit. It's so ironic. I mean, it is, what a time to be having this conversation. I like to think of myself as a realistic optimist, but when you just listen to the litany of things you're pointing to, Rick, even though I've been doing this for a long time, I never thought it would be like this. These are really unprecedented times. You can't even comprehend the level of pain and loss and suffering and grief in the world right now. And someone, Anita Sanchez, an indigenous leader, said to me, John, it's not getting worse. Things are just getting revealed. And I really accept that. But boy, at a time when we need to know how to heal, we're going to be brought to our knees if we don't take this seriously. And I know that we're all stunned. Business as usual just not work. And so the truth is, I feel like we're living in draft mode. This is really a work in progress. The beautiful thing is I have a fabulous relationship, like with my love, Summer Joy, and with many of the people in this panel with me. We are finding what really Martin Luther King meant by being beloved community. How do we paddle and publish together? That's what we are writing. One of our inspirations has been this idea of writing the tales of synergy from the magic canoe. We are moving between worlds. And it's not clear by any means. I still find this phrase is just true as it is today as it was 2 years ago when the pandemic first hit, that we're somewhere between no longer and not yet. But the virtual world has become the place for us to connect. And it's not clear what the limits of the possible are here. That's what's giving me hope, that we actually can find the sacred here. We can come to awaken and remember the sacred. This idea of oneness, what a powerful idea. But what does it really mean to live that way with each other? What does that really mean? So I'm here ready to serve. I'm here ready to play. I feel like we've been in training for this, but yet it's honestly overwhelming. These numbers, you can't turn these numbers into the lived experience it is for so many people on our planet. But what a great opportunity to reinvent the way we live and work together. The market is not going to fix this. Government is not going to fix this. Nation states are not prepared to fix terrorism, pandemics, climate change, the old solutions, and the youth aren't going to fix it, like as if it's up to them. We're supposed to like turn our backs in some way. There are no easy answers to this, except I know we got to do it together. And I know that we're discovering that we really are better together. And that's what these tales of synergy from the Magic Canoe are all about. Can we make the news and report on it? Because let's tell the truth. For-profit media is killing us, whether it's social media or mainstream media. Our kids are in despair. They know these algorithms on how to hook us every time. whether it's fear or anger, the things that are pulling us apart lead to more ad revenue every time we click. So I just can't trust that the market system for how we're getting the stories for our time is going to work. This is truly a post-truth world. Alternative facts. Oh my God, like we've lost a common, simple understanding of what's true and not true. That's unprecedented. You don't know how to talk to people about the most important issues in their lives. Vaccines, masks. It's revealing a kind of fragmentation. But it's also, for me, revealing an opportunity to be more compassionate and have more empathy for people who really are afraid, who people really do believe some of the most wild things I've ever could imagine. We can't just write each other off. We've got to ride this out together. So that's why I'm so excited, because of the evidence that we could show for those of us who've been weaving our strategies together. Look at the International Day of Peace, how that came along, and how the Compassion Games was able to say, that's an important event. Let's put our heart and soul behind that. And now for all these years with the 11 days of global unity, and then Ubiquity University, Humanity Rising at this time. And Sylvia, oh my gosh, we've had the privilege to being together in the Holy Lands and realizing the power of spirit at this time. So, and Alice, I'm really looking forward to getting to know you. That's part of the joy in all this. We're finding each other and we're going to figure it out. I have faith. I'd say it's a faith above reason. And it's unreasonable, but I feel like there must be a blessing in all this. So here are the words that we're using to propel and steer our way forward. It came to us as part of World Unity Week this year. The words are magic canoe, moving between worlds, lots of room, everybody's welcome, here to serve our journey home. May peace prevail on earth.
Yes, thank you. May peace prevail on earth. Thank you, John. Now, do you want to quickly say a little bit about a Synergized Impact Network Exchange? Because that is part of the scaffolding that I know you talk about that can help us to build the movement of movements.
Right. So SIGN, Synergized Impact Network Exchange, is an alliance of social change innovators that are committed to behavior change at scale. And through collaborative learning, innovation, and what we call unprecedented unified action. And it's based on trust. So that's why we're admins on hundreds of Facebook pages, and we're sharing in support of each other, empowering each other, really using the trust that's essential to do things that we haven't done before and make agreements like we haven't made before. That's what it's going to take. So we invite people to check it out, SINE.network. But we're all connected. So if you come in through that door, you'll find Deborah and Jim and Sylvia and Alice, and of course, Humanity's team. We're grateful for their participation in the SIGN network. So we really are, like in nature, you know, where there's schools of fish, or there's a swarm. We've got to learn how to lead without one individual doing it, where you can look and see something's moving there, but you can't tell who's in charge. That would be a blessing for all of us. We all need to lead like we haven't before. So in that spirit, I look forward to hearing from all my other panelists here.
Exactly. And part of it, part of the beauty of what you were just talking about with the SIGN network is that with literally hundreds of partners agreeing to share a broadcast, a single live stream can become a multi-platform broadcast where literally hundreds of networks can broadcast simultaneously. So I just want to get that across. And thank you. Let's now bring in our next guest, Reverend Sylvia Sumter. Reverend Sylvia Sumter has been an ordained Unity minister since 1987. Since 1991, she has been the senior minister of the Unity Church of Washington, D.C. And Reverend Sylvia is the creator of Stand Up for Humanity, a movement promoting the honoring of all people and creating a world that works for all. Welcome to the broadcast, Reverend Sylvia Sumter, and please tell us about the Unity Church movement and all your wonderful work.
Thank you so much, Rick. Thank you for having me here today. It's just a delight to be amongst my family and friends, those whom I know and those who I know I still belong to, even if I don't know you at this point in time. And to all of your listeners, those who are tuning in, because they're tuning in, something drew them to this program. Something is drawing them, something about the theme, something about the consciousness, something about, what you're putting forth speaks to their heart of hearts. So I'm glad to be amongst the number. And thank you, John, for sharing what you were saying, because as you were speaking, I kept thinking about the word evolution. And for me, it's like unity means oneness, wholeness, diversity within the oneness. But I really am focused a little bit on evolution at this point in time, because that is a movement in and of itself. For something to evolve, it means that there's growth, there's change, there's movement. And it's always in a state. Evolution is in a state of birthing. And birthing something is messy. It's messy. It can be painful. And we are in the throes of birthing a new way of being, whether we're birthing a new species, meaning that we are actually transforming how we are on this planet, whether we're birthing a new life, a new earth. Eckhart Tolle talks about a new earth, a new heaven and a new earth. So yes, this is a challenging time, but it is a time in which, when we look back, hopefully we might be present on the planet to actually witness us moving into this deeply transformed state of being. So I'm excited about it, even though I know it's quite challenging for us and it feels like unknown territory, but that's what evolution is all about. It's moving into the unknown to find that which is, and that which always has been and always will be. So we're constantly moving into this wonderful unfoldment of life itself, at a deeper level. And what I was thinking about was this pandemic, the effect that it had. It caused each of us to sort of move into our inner realm and our inner world, because at the very beginning, we were all isolating within ourselves and staying in our individual pods. But at the very same time that we went within and we separated out, we also began to expand into this global awareness, because we had to reach out and connect. Evolution means we're going to find a way to live. Life is going to find a way to live. So this whole evolving into a more livable expression of life. So while we went within, we also found ways to connect. And so we moved out into, I have people who joined my church from Brazil, from Switzerland, whereas that would have never been possible before. They could tune in maybe, but now they can become a part of the community if they so choose. So this is an exciting time. We're going within to find out that we are all one. And in this consciousness of really discovering, this is what I believe evolution, life is trying to show us. This is what the pandemic has shown us. While we are individual, we cannot live without one another. And so, because the whole world had an experience, the whole world engaged in this process of life and this pandemic and a little virus that none of us could see that brought us all together. And my movement is called Stand Up for Humanity, because, we've seen so much of the Black Lives Matter, and then this one matters. And what I say today is humanity matters. Humanity matters. And when we get to the point where we recognize, and this is what the pandemic has shown us, that none of us is outside of the realm of humanity. We are all a part of it. We are all within it. And we all have an opportunity to share something that we have come to the planet to share and express and be. Everyone has something, or we would not be here. So as we all stand up for humanity, and we can do it in an infinite number of ways. I love John's assigned network. That's, part of humanity, stand up for humanity is everybody coming together. You're standing up, Rick, in the way you're doing it. Deborah, you're doing it in your way. Everybody has a way to contribute something of value to humanity itself, because this is what life does. So I'm excited to be here, although I must admit it is challenging. And there are moments where even I, as an ordained unity minister who's supposed to have this wonderful, positive outlook, even I have moments where it feels as if life is exhausting. Whether it's on the political realm or this vaccination, or seeing all that which has come to be healed, the hatred, the prejudice, the fear, the greed, all of that. But that is all serving a purpose. It's a part of this unfolding. It's a part of evolution. So as we get to see it, we move beyond it and we're transcending it. In this week, if we can remember to be in the flow, to keep shining your light, putting forth, how do you stand for the light? How do you stand for humanity? What will you contribute? What will you do? And that everyone recognizes, I have something that I can give. And what I say, if it's only a smile, that you smiled at a stranger walking down the street, you have changed the vibration on the planet. That simple act of just opening your heart to someone, a stranger, changes the vibration. So as we all come together to do our part, to take a stand for humanity, because humanity matters. If we do that, then we can be encouraged. And where I might feel down for a moment about the state of affairs, I know that my brothers and sisters are still doing something wonderful, and that the work is still moving. And so anyway, it's just exciting to be a part. And I'm looking forward to watching our growth and our birth. And I'm just excited to be here. So I thank you. And I thank you all for showing up at this appointed time. We're all here by divine appointment. There are no accidents. Everyone here on this planet at this time has been divinely appointed to be here, which means there's something for you to contribute to the greater good of all concerned, for the highest good of all concerned. And it can be fun to discover what that is. And whatever it is, it all matters. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend Sylvia. Okay, now let's bring in Jim Garrison. Jim Garrison is the founder and president of Ubiquity University, producer of Humanity Rising, and co-founder of the State of the World Forum. Now he is starting the Global Regeneration Corps, which I'm sure we will hear about from him. And also from September 11th through the 21st, Humanity Rising broadcast all of We the World's 11 Days of Global Unity Summit panels for each of our 11 campaigns. So welcome to the broadcast, Jim Garrison, and please tell us about your work that contributes to building a movement of movements for a livable future.
Thank you, Rick. And it's good to see some old friends and to meet new ones. So I just want to express my appreciation to Humanity's team and Steve Farrell and everyone for their generosity in bringing us together. I was sent an email today from some climate scientists who said the following, that the average 6-year-old alive today will experience twice as many wildfires and cyclones, 3 times as many river floods, 4 times as many crop failures, 5 times as many droughts, and 36 times as many heat waves as the Gen Xers. And I wanted to emphasize that as we start, because I think, John, your comment early on, I'd like to reframe a little. I would say that what is being revealed is that things are getting worse and worse. And I think that that is the critical fact of our world today, and the reason why the Secretary General a month ago said that we are now in code red for humanity. The climate is now undergoing a shift of state. We are rapidly approaching 2 degrees centigrade in rise in global temperatures over pre-industrial levels. We've passed 400 parts per million. And if you look at the 4.5 billion years of evolutionary history of our planet, every time we've hit those tipping points, the climate has spun out of control and massive extinctions have taken place. And I think it's critical for all of us to take in that what's being revealed right now is that humanity is no longer living on borrowed time. Humanity is living at a time of the tipping point. And so inevitable escalations of increasingly lethal ecological turbulence is now no longer avoidable, in the face of which our governments are no longer capable of maintaining stability. And that has really never happened before in the history of civilization. Humanity has always been that one species who could conquer nature, regulate nature. But we have so decimated nature, wiping out 2/3 of the biodiversity of the entire planet in the last 50 years, that we are now triggering a response from nature that could well take us out. And I think all of us need to take that in. I don't believe we're in a situation where we can engage in a thought process that somehow it's all going to work out, because I think we're being confronted by the stark reality that it may not. Some climate scientists are predicting that by 2026, we're going to experience what they're calling an extinction event. Just imagine something coming out of the ecology 100 times more debilitating than COVID. Just COVID is showing that nature, a little tiny little virus, is smarter than our vaccines. It's smarter than our technology, because this pandemic is not going away. So just imagine a future where the pandemic just continues and we're in this Bardol state of lockdowns and waves of viruses and mutations, on top of which is everything that I described at the beginning of my remarks. And I say this because the theme of this session, to me, is the critical question for the movement. Because the climate change, I would say, progressive movement has to change state commensurate with the climate for the world to survive. And I'd like in just a minute or two to unpack that, because I think it's critical for all of us to understand. We can't look to our governments. There's not a single government anywhere in the world that is taking climate change seriously. We can't look to the corporations, because for most of them, green means image management while they do business as usual. The only place currently as a possible catalyst for human renewal rests with the people of the world and the progressive movement. And if you look at the progressive movement over the last 50 years, we have spawned millions of NGOs. And we have not been able to make a meaningful difference in the collapse of civilization and the global ecology. The one thing we have not done, which we now have to do as a strategic, and I would say survival strategy, is to unite. is to come together proactively, promiscuously, exuberantly, collaborating in every conceivable way that we can at this critical moment. If we do, I believe we will catalyze a regenerative impulse in the species that's crying out for it, expecting the governments to solve the problem. And I think the consternation, Sylvia, that you're alluding to, and that kind of haze that we're all in, everything in draft form, as John said, is because we're waking up to the fact that the institutions of governance are no longer capable of even articulating the response, let alone implementing solutions. And so it's come down to us. And we're in the process of saying, my God, my God, it's us. And that's why, Rick, we joyfully partnered with 11 Days of Global Unity between 9/11 and the 21st of September. And as John knows, and many of you know, Humanity Rising has been broadcasting every single day since the pandemic began, just as an open space. And out of Humanity Rising has emerged the Global Regeneration Corps, not as an organization, but as a global call to movement that in the face of the ecological turbulence, to build a global network, an Indra's net of regeneration, so that we can empower what we're calling regeneration first responders to get out there and regenerate everything they can lay their hands on. So much more to be said about this, but I would just close by embracing all of you from the bottom of my heart, because we are under such planetary, historical, cultural duress that there's only one option left. And that's for the progressive movement to come together in one accord. Just imagine a world in which the 15+ million NGOs that Paul Hawken talks about in Blessed Unrest all came together. If we were all working as one, solutions would abound. Hope would spring from the human soul. And that's what we're committed to at Humanity Rising, at Ubiquity, at the Global Regeneration Corps. And in that spirit, thank you, Rick, for this invitation. And again, I embrace you all.
Exactly. And that is the goal, right? To bring these movements together, and even the networks of networks, bringing them together. Many of them are on this panel
Absolutely.
right now.
Absolutely.
So thank you, Jim. Let's move on to our next guest, Alice Slater. Alice Slater serves on the board of World Beyond War and is a UN representative of the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. She's on the board of the Global Network Against Weapons and Nuclear Power in Space, the Global Council of Abolition 2000, of which We the World is a member, and the advisory board of Nuclear Ban US, supporting the mission of the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, ICAN, which won the 2017 Nobel Peace Prize. Congratulations on that, Alice, and welcome to the broadcast. Please tell us about your ongoing work.
Thank you very much. And it's been so moving to hear the speakers before me. And I'm sort of like in this practical, mechanical sense, but in the knowledge of what you've shared, that we are at a turning point for the whole planet. And I think part of that turning point has come out of a new kind of truth telling. The Me Too's, the Black Lives Matter, the getting rid of the Columbus Day statues. I mean, things, and I'm particularly looking in the belly of the beast, the empire that has 800 military bases around the world and just voted a military budget that's more than the next 30 countries combined, more than Trump and more than Biden put in. This Congress voted for more of, and this is where the money's going. The other thing I like to think about is I studied Greek history, and they said when there was a bad emperor, they had a plague. And we're in the time of the bad emperor. And it's not just Trump. Obama was spending $1 trillion on 2 new nuclear bomb factories, airplanes, missiles, planes, new bombs. And the newest enemy that the empire is making of China and Russia, they have been proposing at the United Nations since 2008 a treaty to ban weapons in space, which the US blocks. You need consensus to discuss it. Our government will not even discuss it. And a treaty to ban cyber war. You don't even need a nuclear weapon. You just need a computer hack to destroy a whole whatever. So this is what President Eisenhower warned about the military-industrial complex. But there's a wonderful man, Ray McGovern. He went to Fordham University in the Bronx. I know there's a lot of New Yorkers here, and he worked at the CIA. He was the briefer, the morning briefer for the CIA, for Bush and for Clinton. He's so smart, and he quit. He was so disgusted with what our government was doing, and he formed VIPs, Veterans Intelligence Professionals for Sanity. And he says, it's not the military-industrial complex, it's the Mickey Mat. And what is the Mickey Mat? The military-industrial, congressional, intelligence, academic, media, think tank complex. And this is what we're up against. That's why the internet is giving us a break, and the plague is giving us a break, because we're all virtual and we're talking to people around the world that we ordinarily wouldn't talk to. And this is the good news. And I think if we're going to move forward and get all the people rising, as Jim says, we must get them all rising together. We're going to have a truth session in the United States of America, truth and reconciliation. Archbishop Tutu and Mandela, they were so brilliant when they ended apartheid in South Africa and the Black majority took over the government. There was so much hatred and misery from all the years of murders and slaughters, and they said, nope, we're not going to punish anybody. Come and tell the truth, say you're sorry, and go free. And we have to handle these nutty Americans that don't want the vaccine, that were going to overthrow the government, and we have to handle them. And I think we have to tell the truth about us and what we did and what we did to them. And I think that's going to be another part of moving forward. As far as the bomb goes, we got this treaty, 122 countries negotiated. It was a 10-year campaign to ban the bomb. We never had that before. We had the non-proliferation treaty where we promised good faith efforts, blah, 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 and we never did anything except make more weapons. And of course, the nuclear weapon states never agreed to it, but the rest of the world did. And now nuclear weapons are illegal. They used to be immoral, now they're illegal. And the US never signed the landmines treaty, but they've become so taboo because of the ban that we don't make them and we don't use them. So as far as this little problem of nuclear weapons that can destroy the whole world, we have a path forward. And if you're going to get involved in the growing movement to change the world, let's get rid of the bomb, because that's really so that and the climate, that can wipe us out like in a day, it's so ICAN, www.ican.org. That's the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. They have parliamentary signatures, like members of Congress are signing on. And we have a bill in Congress from Eleanor Holmes Norton to tell the president to sign this ban treaty, so we can do political work. It's still out there for us if we want it. And the other thing that I love is World Beyond War, because it's really not about this weapon or that weapon. It's about the whole war system. We can't afford it anymore. My father used to say, we'll have peace on earth when Mars invades us. Well, the plague has invaded us. Our Mother Earth is telling us, you better get your act together, and people can see it even in countries that don't really get along. We're starting to see that. So World Beyond War, www.worldbeyondwar.org and ican.org. I mean, if you're going to do something to say, I'm going to end war on the planet. I mean, all the resources that go, all the IQ points, everything, is going to war instead of fixing the climate. So,
There you go. Thank you.
think that's my message.
Yes. And I think to achieve what you're talking about does require us to come together, right?
For sure.
And that's what it's all about. Okay, so let's bring in our last speaker, and then we'll have a short roundtable. And I want to leave with action steps that people can take. So last and certainly not least is Reverend Deborah Moldow. Reverend Deborah Moldow is an ordained interfaith minister committed to assisting in the transformation of human consciousness for a culture of peace. She is founder and president of the Garden of Light, and Deborah serves as director of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle that many of us are part of on this panel, which is a project of the Source of Synergy Foundation. Reverend Deborah is also a core team member of Unity Earth. So welcome to the broadcast, Reverend Deborah Moldow, and please tell us about your work and how it contributes to building a movement of movements for a livable future.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Rick, for bringing us together today. And a big thank you to Humanity's team for this Global Oneness Summit, helping us to recognize that we are part of something larger than ourselves. This is a most extraordinary moment right now, right here on planet Earth. The situation looks dire. You just heard very sobering words from Jim Garrison about the changing climate and about the militarism that continues to grip our world that Alice spoke about. And yet there is hope in the global call to movement that Jim mentioned as the only way forward. We are all part of a vast, unprecedented up-leveling of human consciousness. As Reverend Sylvia said, we're birthing something totally new. All of our panelists are part of it, and everyone listening is part of it too. And all of the ingredients are in place for this to happen. So let's look back a little bit about how this has been emerging. In 1945, we called two wars world wars, showing a growing understanding of the global we. But of course, it was still quite limited. The United Nations was born with only 55 member states. The United Nations, 55 states, now there are 193. The UN Charter begins, we, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. So the global we was starting to awaken. Humanity had begun to open to our universal self, which is the theme of our summit. So then we first saw the Earth from space in a beautiful picture taken on Christmas Eve in 1968, the iconic Earthrise by astronaut Bill Anders. And we saw that fragile looking, beautiful blue-green marble, we called it, right? Hanging in the darkness of space. And we began to understand how we share one precious planet. But of course, in a world organized into fractious governments, the fighting seemed to never stop. And then in 2007, Paul Hawken published a book that Jim mentioned called Blessed Unrest. And its subtitle is How the Largest Movement in the World Came into Being and Why No One Saw It Coming. He saw people engaged in unrecognized humanitarian work all across the globe. And I want to quote him saying, if you look at the science that describes what's happening on Earth today and aren't pessimistic, you don't have the correct data. If you meet people in this unnamed movement and you aren't optimistic, you haven't got a heart. We are all learning to live from our heart. And it's up to us. As John said, we're all in this together on that beautiful planet hanging in the darkness in space. So that's what we're talking about today. A worldwide self-organizing, unnamed movement of people who identify as citizens of the planet, who care about ecology and climate change, about justice for all peoples beyond politics, about the health and well-being of everyone, everywhere, who stand up for humanity and for all life on this planet. We all share a calling to make a difference, to do our part to ensure a future for our children's children. We are everywhere, and our numbers are growing every day. So the last landmark that I want to talk about is the rise of the internet. This is amazing. This is like a just-in-time invention, right? Just as we were awakening to our planetary family, we were given this amazing tool. For the first time in history, we're in one another's homes at any time we choose. I mean, never before could we connect virtually for free with everyone else who's plugged in. And I realize there are still people who are not plugged in, but by and large, they're not the problem. So we can reach out, we can find one another, we can connect, we can collaborate, and we're showing up through groups like Humanity's Team, like We the World, Unity Earth, Unify, Humanity Rising, the Source of Synergy Foundation, the Compassion Games, so many more. And through shared celebrations like the International Day of Peace, and through the many inspiring, uplifting online events that are going on, including Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe every week since the COVID epidemic began. But even when we don't find each other and we aren't able to collaborate at this grand scale that we can sense is being called for right now, we're still each doing our part. Everyone, whether they are raising their own frequency. Because one thing we didn't talk about on this call is how humanity is actually changing. We're healing back generations of abuse, and we're correcting our thinking from the past. This is very important. So even if you are doing this on an individual scale, you are helping to raise the frequency. You are a whole on of all of humanity. And of course, when we come together, then we may find that we are powerful beyond anything that we have ever experienced before. So together, let us reach toward a future, a healthy future for ourselves and succeeding generations. May peace prevail on earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah, and may peace prevail on earth. I agree. So I think if we want to keep this under an hour, we're going to have to just move to our calls to action. Can we cycle around in the order that we started and go to John and just make it like between a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes at the most? What's your call to action?
Well, my call to action is to go wherever you're called, given the amazing things you've heard here. I hope you note that. Each of us really looking to empower each other. So whether it's standing up for humanity or being a part of the Global Regeneration Corps, whether it's being a part of ending nuclear weapons and banning the bomb, or being a part of We the World, those are the things that are available to you, whoever you are, wherever you are. This is time of unprecedented coming together. So you can find out about the SINE Network at sine.network and compassiongames.org. But I hope you note this. This is that way we're empowering each other to achieve purpose in the face of all this uncertainty that we're dealing with. So I encourage you to move to wherever you're called and don't wait. As you've heard in so many different ways, the urgency is now. Now is the time.
Thank you, John. So let's go to Rev. Sylvia.
Yeah, I think very simply, I would love to see everyone take one stand and make a commitment to do something that is of your calling to add to the upliftment, the healing of humanity and the planet. When I say humanity, I also mean, life as we know it. So just make a commitment and do one thing. It's quite simple.
One thing, pick one thing and
One thing
on it.
That's right.
That's fabulous. Thank you, Rev. Sylvia. And next to Jim.
And I would add, Sylvia, pick one thing and then radically collaborate around it with everybody you can find. We've got to move from the me to the we as quickly and as radically as we possibly can. And if we do that, we'll prevail, I'm sure.
And how can people connect with you to join or help to support the Global Regeneration Corps?
Well, you can go to our website just look up the Global Regeneration Corps, or you can attend our daily broadcasts Monday through Friday at Humanity Rising, or you can go to Ubiquity University for all kinds of courses and how you can enhance your personal self-mastery and life competencies.
So humanityrising.solutions, is that correct?
Yeah, and globalregenerationcorps.org and ubiquityuniversity.org. But the main thing is radical collaboration for me.
Exactly. I think for all of us, and of course, that's what we is all about, right? So next to Alice.
Well, I think the one thing I would ask everybody to do is get involved with World Beyond War, because if we're going to clear out the space for us to unite and be together, we have to stop this military machine. It's insane. We must move into cooperation to save the earth. And, banning the bomb, that's good. That's a little thing you can do, but we got to end the whole war system. So www.worldbeyondwar.org. Sign up. And, you can volunteer to do, or just even sign up. Let us say that 100 million people signed a pledge that I'm willing to be responsible for making the end of war on the planet an idea whose time has come. That's what you're saying. I'm going to be part of that. So let's do that. Thanks.
That sounds good. And Deborah.
Thank you. First, I want to echo my fellow panelists. Go where you are called. fill your heart with love, and you will make a difference. And if you're looking for more inspiration, I'm going to shamelessly plug a book. Our Moment of Choice, Evolutionary Visions and Hope for the Future, was written by 43 members of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle of the Source of Synergy Foundation, including our own Reverend Sylvia Sumter. The 7 thematic circles outline both issues and ways forward, including a call to action following each chapter. So I want to encourage you to go to www.ourmomentofchoice.com, because I think one thing we can all agree on is this is our moment of choice.
That's so beautiful. Thank you, Deborah. And I guess for me, my call to action, We the World is launching a new exciting campaign that Deepak Chopra, Hazel Henderson, and many organizations and leaders are supporting and participating in. And I invite everyone here to be part of it as well. Some of you know about this already. It's a renewable energy media campaign and a movement builder focused on accelerating the transition to renewable energy in the USA. It's called We Power America. It's designed to mobilize at least 2 million people to build public support and political will for the creation of massive green jobs programs and investment in innovative green infrastructure, as well as powerfully addressing the extreme political polarization in the US. And all of this is, of course, crucial to having a livable future. It's actually part of a larger global campaign called We Power the World, but we are starting with the United States because, of course, the US has an outsized influence socially, politically, economically, environmentally, militarily on the rest of the planet. So to get involved with this, We Power America, go to we.net/WPA. That's we.net/WPA. And of course, we.net itself is where you can get involved with all of We the World's activities. So in closing, I want to thank all of you so much for sharing your extraordinary work. I'm excited to continue our collaborations going forward as together we build the movement of movements for a livable future. It's all about we, and I think we accomplished what we always try to do on when we do things with We the World: 3 things: inspire, inform, and involve. 3 I's that make a we. So we can go from a me-based society to a we-based society. Thank you all so much.
Bravo. That's
Wonderful.
very good, Rick. From a me to a we.
From a me to a we, exactly. That's what it's all about. Thank you all so much.
Welcome to Global Oneness Week. Hi, I'm Adam Hall, and I'll be your host for this panel on quantum health and wellness. I'm excited to be here with you and this esteemed panel who will be discussing their latest findings and insights on new science, new medicine, and applied spirituality. We will be exploring new ways to create optimum health and wellness at the frontier of the biofield and the quantum field. We will be discussing the evolutionary challenges Welcome to Global Oneness Week. Hi, I'm Adam Hall, and I'll be your host for this panel on quantum health and wellness. I'm excited to be here with you and this esteemed panel who will be discussing their latest findings and insights on new science, new medicine, and applied spirituality. We will be exploring new ways to create optimum health and wellness at the frontier of the biofield and the quantum field. We will be discussing the evolutionary challenges that we now face and the evolutionary opportunities that are now at hand. Will we step into or leap into our highest functioning state of health and wellness and embrace our destiny? Or will we fall to fate and step into disease? I'm excited to have the panel today because I personally feel that collectively they have the genius, the knowledge, and the wisdom to answer this question and the other big questions that we're going to be exploring today. I think by any measure, we have all probably agree a bit that we've reached a place of extraordinary challenges. I think these are unprecedented times in so many ways. And we're not just talking about climate change. Seemingly everything is up for change, including ourselves. Our evolutionary scientists are now saying that we've reached a place of punctuated evolution where the evolutionary thrust is taking place in a very short period of time. And this was the same kind of conditions that existed before our 5 previous extinction periods. And of course, that really begs the question that we need to not even look any further than what's happening in our outer biodiversity. The World Wildlife Foundation says we've lost up to 60% of it. It's happening right now as we speak. And of course, if we think about our outer condition, our outer environment, what does that mean for our inner climate, our inner landscape, our inner biological diversity? So we do face some quite significant challenges together, and we get to explore how we can create the most optimal health and wellness for ourselves. A lot of folks are talking about sustainability. Well, I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but that's a story that I'm afraid is not going to have a very good ending. I mean, if we think about it, why would we want to sustain a way of living and functioning on the planet where we're disconnected from Mother Earth, ourselves, each other? And that's what got us in this mess in the first place. And there is a new story. And I'm excited to be here with this panelist to share in that new story. And in their own unique way, they've been sharing this new story for many, many decades. And the beauty of this new story is each of us gets to write this new story. We get to write it together. It gets to be defined by us. And I kind of think of it like, Well, the master martial artist thinks about the golden wisdom of anticipation. And it goes like this. If you can anticipate, you can adopt. If you can adopt, you can avoid. If you can avoid, you can survive. And I'd like to add, if we can survive, we can regenerate. And if we can regenerate, we can thrive. The key words here are anticipation to regenerate. Let's anticipate to regenerate. And it really brought up a question that I've been asking myself for many years. Will it take an evolutionary miracle to leap into our most optimal states of health and wellness and regenerate ourselves to thrive? And some years ago, I asked the late beloved and our dear friend and colleague, Barbara Marx Hubbard, that very question. And Barbara, in her own infinite way, put it back as an invitation. And I want to extend that invitation to all of you today. And it goes like this. We are cordially being invited to become the co-creators of our evolution and our destiny. We are cordially being invited to co-create optimal health and wellness in our lives. We are cordially being invited to become the new human. And I'd like to share with you a little short video from Barbara that speaks directly to this.
We are cropping up everywhere, what I call the new humans. Does it feel new? Are we giving birth to the next stage of human species, folks? Do you think so? What are the qualities of the new human that nature is once again out of this crisis producing something new? The new human has got an evolutionary spirituality that he incarnates the impulse of evolution personally. Does anybody think they've just finished? They've done everything they need to do? Do I? No. So it's a quality of the new human. You never are finished. Why? Because the impulse of evolution is you and is in you. And when you know it's in you and you say yes, consciously to the impulse, what it does is reveal to you more and more of its characteristics. In other words, you get a picture of what you might be moving toward if you place yourself in the story of evolution. And you know where are you going toward? Higher consciousness, greater freedom of the individual, and more complex and loving order. Is that right? Does anybody feel the desire for more consciousness, more freedom, more complex order? Well, that's really good because that's evolution inside you desiring that. We didn't make up that desire. That desire is making us up. And when you say yes to it, and if you'll say a big and loud yes to it, I've noticed this in myself, it turns on big time. And then you get more and more and more that you need to do. The name of the new human, as we are expressing it, is Homo Amore Universalis. Homo Amore Universalis would be the species of humanity coming out of the synergistic convergence of the emergence within us as individuals. But nature is doing its magic again. It's creating synergy that we don't necessarily have to do, even be conscious that we're doing. But if we are conscious that we're doing it, and we do have an opportunity to be, I would say, consciously synergistic, or like in a SynCon type thing, coming together to co-create, then I believe we could collectively experience, perhaps for the first time collectively, what it's like to be homo amore universalis.
Well, wherever you are, Barbara, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your dream of the new human. Your dream and your legend lives in all of us. Bless you. All right, without any further ado, let's turn to our panel and let's talk new science. Yeah, let's do it. And before we get into the panel here, I just want to remind everybody to please go check out their bios and check out their websites to see what's new, what they're up to, what they're sharing around their space of connection with new science, new medicine, and applied spirituality. They have many offerings, many gifts for you so that can help you to, well, become the new human. All right, so I'd love to hear from each of you. What are your latest findings? What is happening in your laboratory of life? What is maybe some radically new science that you feel is emerging in the arena of health and wellness? And maybe talk a little bit about the challenges we face, if you like, and really focusing on how is our biological sense of our being and our purpose evolving as well. And Shamini, why don't we begin with you? And I want to thank you for coming, Shamini. I just met you recently, and it was such a delight. You inspired me so much about your work and your mission on the planet. And what are your thoughts? What's happening in your living laboratory, in your world?
Well, Adam, first, thank you so much for having me. It's such a pleasure and honor to be with you and with Alberto and with Bruce and with Barbara. And if I might, I just would love to connect in with some of what you said before we witnessed Barbara and all of her amazing presence, which is still very much with us. And this idea of homo amore universalis. And, the thing that comes to me when I was first listening to you and then to her was the first thing we perhaps need to do to really awaken ourselves to the potential that we have as human beings is to embrace first and foremost. And it really ties into some of the work that I think Barbara has spoken about, certainly Shri Aurobindo and the Mother and others, that part of what the new science is teaching us is how powerful our evolution will be when we embrace where we actually are first and foremost. Because one of the things that we're being called to do is to be humanized spiritual beings. Right? And that's really what the research is pointing us to as we've been exploring the biofield. Really, the biofield is this bridge between what we call consciousness and healing. And what does that mean? And we can talk about the biofield in all these beautiful ways. Lots of work being done on these fields of energy and information that connect us and heal us. And we can explore the biofield of cells and how they communicate together. We can explore the biofield of the earth and our connection with the earth through the biofield. So there are all these beautiful ways that we're exploring the science. But first and foremost, if we're going to step into this next phase of our evolution and really realize our potential, then we embrace all aspects of ourselves, and that includes the pain and suffering that we're going through now, what we have done in part of our ignorance and our misguided and misunderstood, really incomplete understanding that's based in this idea of separatism. Well, certainly we've seen that in medicine, right? For many, many years, the idea of separatism has been and still is to a degree very rampant in medicine and in science. And yet when we explore things like the biofield, we realize that all of the ancient wisdom that taught us about how healing essentially is harmony. It is embracing all of those parts of ourselves, embracing our connection with the earth, with the elements, with the spirits that we may not even be in physical contact with all the time, but are in spiritual contact with all of the time, should we choose. That's the beauty for me of this new science of the biofield, because it's helping us understand that I don't end here. I don't end at my skin. I don't even end at my cells. And so my potential for healing myself and others is vast. And I'll just highlight some of the most amazing research that's coming out in biofield science right now. I detail, of course, a lot of this in my upcoming book, which is called Healing Ourselves, Biofield Science and the Future of Health, published by Sounds True, and it's out this September. Some of the most fascinating work that I think is really starting to turn, you can say, mainstream science on its head, and it will continue to do so, is work that's being done by my colleague at MD Anderson Cancer Center, Dr. Lorenzo Cohen and his group, where they are exploring in very carefully controlled experimental trials this question of how far can our energy reach in healing. And so they're doing these wonderful studies exploring the power of emitted bioenergy for healing, in this case with mouse models of cancer. So we may have our own feelings about animal research, I certainly do. But what's fascinating about this is that Lorenzo and his team have demonstrated now in these published studies, most recently, that yes, our love and our energy can heal down to shrinking tumors in mouse models of cancer, down to cytokine levels, down to protein kinase levels, down to reducing tumor spread and metastasis. So this is very real. And, I've had discussions with my fellow scientists about this kind of work. I come from the JAN tradition. We believe in doing the least amount of harm possible. We follow the principles of ahimsa. So I've done my own research in humans and have found similar things for fatigued breast cancer survivors. We've certainly seen maintenance of immune function in breast cancer patients using these biofield approaches, these energy healing approaches. And what's wonderful about this is that we're learning all the way down, of course, to our cellular level, how important our consciousness is for healing, how beautiful it is, and how the biofield is really connecting us. So as we become more aware of our biofields, we can facilitate that healing, facilitate that reconnection with the true love that exists within us. And then once we do that, of course, it's more powerful for us to spread it and really eradicate this false sense of separatism that has been plaguing us in our planet. So that's what's sitting with me at the moment.
Well, thank you for that, Shamini. That's wonderful to connect in, to see all the exciting things that are happening in your living laboratory. Excellent, excellent. I have a quick question for you. Is healing a journey or an event?
Thank you. Beautiful question. Healing is, of course, a journey. And in the last part of my book, I actually say that to me, the process of healing and the process of spiritual liberation are one and the same. Because really healing is a journey back to our souls and back to our both, some people consider our souls as individuals, some as collective. Healing is a restoration of harmony. And that is, of course, within us and between us. So it's a lifelong journey. It's a joyful journey. And it starts with embracing all parts of ourselves, including our shadow selves, both individually and collectively. That's part of the journey. And it's a beautiful one.
Well, absolutely. Well, thank you for that. All right, let's turn over to Alberto. Let's hear what's happening in his living laboratory of life. It's great to see you here, Alberto, after all these years. Kind of connected with you almost 2 decades ago. It's hard to believe, but it's great to be here with you. And what's new and exciting in your world right now?
It's good to be with you too, Adam. Great to see you. Thank you for putting this panel together. It's so important at this time. And I don't have anything new to report, but I've got some really cool ancient stuff to share. I've been trained in science, and I ran a small neuroscience lab at San Francisco State University, but so much of human medical science, particularly today, is bogus. Bad science, small test groups, cherry picking the results to fit so we got to be very leery about what we call, particularly in the medical field. In physics, it's pretty reliable, and most of it. But my work is with the shamans, with the ancient healers that have been the masters at working with the biofield. I remember being with an old medicine man in the Andes and telling him about chaos theory. And you know chaos theory, where that butterfly that flapped its wings in Beijing and created a tropical storm in the Caribbean. And when I'm done, he says to me, "Well, show me." And I go, "What do you mean show you? This is physics. I can't." He says, "No, come on. I had a brand new PhD." He says, "Come on, flap your little doctor wings and heal somebody in India." And I said, "I can't do that." He said, "I can." So they understood that this idea of our interconnectedness meant that we're part of a field and that you can create a standing wave in that field that brings about tremendous change, whether it be to heal someone. And later, as an anthropologist in Haiti, I discovered that that's what the voodoo priest, which is one of the most extraordinary forms of healing. Voodoo is an ancient healing practice, but that was also abused because the French were such horrible slave drivers in Haiti. The average lifespan of the African slave was 2 years in Haiti. In Brazil, it was 30 years. In the US, 28 years. But the way that they would bring balance, eliminate someone, it was also through the field. And this old voodoo priest showed me that the same techniques that were used to heal someone could be used to kill someone. That there was no difference in the techniques. It was the intention and the love and the ethics of the shaman that made a difference. We're all interacting with each other in this biofield, this beautiful field that Shamini was describing to us. And only recently in the West, we're learning to work with it and to study it, because we deny it for so long, this existence. If we couldn't put it on the dissecting table, take it apart and observe it and kill it first, of course, before you took it apart, it wasn't valid science. But today we're rediscovering what the ancients have known for 50,000 years, that we're part of a field. We have a field state, our energy field, and we have a particle state, our physical state. And all of our healing processes have been focused on changing the particle. But if you can change the field, which is an information field that organizes the body in the same way that a magnet organizes iron filings on a piece of glass, wow, you can have amazing change happening. You can have your cytokines, your chemokines, signaling molecules affected, your nervous system, your hormone levels, and the and we have access to this extraordinary body of wisdom today. Now, when I was a graduate student, a young man, I had the opportunity to work with one of the great virologists. Today, viruses are a big topic, and I had the opportunity to work with Jonas Salk, who discovered the Salk vaccine, that eliminated polio. And Salk was an old man, and he kind of he contributed a chapter to a book that I edited, and his chapter was called "The Survival of the Wisest." The survival of the wisest. And he argued that that nature doesn't favor muscles and teeth and brawn, and that nature is not the strongest, and nature really favors intelligence, wisdom, and that she favors brain over brawn. And that is the wisest that thrive and that survive. And this wisdom, this intelligence that he was talking about, is what we have called spirituality all along. And this is how you upgrade the quality of the energy field, is by having this experience of what the Greeks called gnosis, of direct knowing. Would upgrade the quality of the information in the field, upgraded the quality of the body, and you participated in this great biological experiment that we call, this great spiritual experiment that we call biology, because biology is the most spiritual thing you're going to run into. It's extraordinary. And then looking at what Salk said, it stayed with me. In the last couple of years, we've discovered that there are only 3 species out of 40 million species that do not have death programmed into their DNA. It's humans, orcas, and dolphins. We don't have a death program in our DNA. Every other of the 40 million species, as soon as the female is not reproductively viable, she's eliminated. You know, there are no grandmothers in nature. There's no menopause in nature. It doesn't exist except in humans, orcas, and whales, and the dolphins. And these are the three species that have the biggest brain to body weight ratio in the world. Nature favors brain over brawn, favors intelligence, selects for spirituality. And the shamans that I worked with for a long time announced this great transition that we're going through. They called it the Pachacuti, the end of time, the end of an era, the end of a species, a new species being born in the planet. They called it Homo luminous. And they said, well, you can be part of this experiment. And if you're not part of the experiment, then you get to be part of the control group. And the control group is getting eliminated. It's the one that's, and the way you become part of this experiment is by upgrading the quality of your field to spirituality, oneness, awakening the higher cortical areas of the brain. And this is it, such an exciting time we're living in. And while everyone else is waiting for a vaccine, the shamans and the spiritual people say, hey, nature is preparing us for this new human. This is part of the process. This is part of birthing ourselves. And births, are always bloody, and there's a lot of screaming, and it's, but this is, try to tell a worm that is in a cocoon is getting squeezed that it's going to become a butterfly and has never heard of butterflies before. It's going to tell you you're crazy. Just get me out of this cocoon. So this is an exciting time, and I'm really thrilled to be able to live in it and be part of this great experiment that we're doing.
Well, thank you for that, Alberto. It's great to be in this great experiment with you and all of us. These truly are, well, exciting times as well, and full of great hope and opportunity for what is emerging for all of us if we show up for it. And so that's the invitation today in so many ways. A little quick follow-up to you. What did the ancient wisdom keepers and earth keepers know about creating optimal health and wellness and becoming the Homo luminous, the new human that we should know right now?
Mm-hmm. Well, first, we've all heard that you are what you eat. Well, you're not. You are what your food ate. So we got to be really mindful of where we get our water, our food. The ancients had primarily a plant-rich food with only occasional animal. And for the shamans, the animals were sacred. In fact, the word animal comes from anima, the Latin anima, that means the soul. This is the soul of Gaia, the planet. And it's not food. It's not meat. It's a gift from the earth, all of it. And they learn to bless their food, that you don't really bless your food, but you ask your food to bless you. So if you think you're detoxifying your food by praying over it, get your food to detoxify you. Invite it to heal you, reconnect you to nature. And they realize that we're a colony organism, that we have our gut flora that outnumbers our own DNA by a factor of 100 to 1, and that we're connected to the plants and the rivers and the trees, and that we have spirit animals, and that we have connection to the invisible world. And when you break that connection to the invisible world, you get sick. The way to maintain optimal health is to maintain that connection with the unseen, natural, not supernatural, natural, but the unseen world.
Wonderful, wonderful to hear that. And that's encouraging and inspiring too. Well, be receiving my food in a whole new way, in a holistic, delicious way, the nutrients of Mother Nature and the world. So thank you for that, Alberto. And all right, let's check in with Bruce and let's see what's happening in his living laboratory of life in the new science of the world. Bruce, it's great to have you here. You've inspired my journey in so many ways over the years. I've decided to get really intimate with my membranes and my cellular body in due part to thanks to you. So welcome, welcome. Great to have you. And what's going on with you and what's up in new science in your lab?
Well, first of all, I want to thank each one of you, Adam, Shamini, and my dear friend Alberto, because when you listen to all these, there's a connectivity in every one of these voices. So it's not individual people talking about different worlds. There's a commonality and a unity that is arising here. And each of my wonderful colleagues here have provided some little picture of that unity that we're talking about. The point that you started with, let's start with what you were talking about, Adam. You were talking about the fact that we are facing a mass extinction. As you said, 5 times in the history of this planet, life was thriving and some event wiped out up to 90% of life. And today we're in what is called the 6th mass extinction, but the primary difference is this, is that the 5 previous mass extinctions were due to natural events, a comet hitting the Earth, a massive comet, or tectonic plate movements and that. But science has recognized that today the mass extinction we're experiencing, which is, as you said, actually we're losing more than 65% of the organisms on this planet in the last 50 years. They took a survey, World Wildlife Foundation, how many animals on the planet, 1970, and they just redid it a couple of years ago, and 65% of the animal population has disappeared. We only have 1/3 the animals left. When they put all this data in, they said we're losing species of organisms faster than in previous mass extinctions. So now I go, okay, we're in a mass extinction. What's going on? The difference is science has recognized that human behavior is manifesting this mass extinction. So why is it relevant? So if we don't want to go through a mass extinction, we don't have to change the world. We got to change our own behavior, is where we're the cause of this issue. And so it's a wake-up call. And then I go, well, when did the wake-up call really come? And I go, well, we can go back to 1927 when quantum physics came into our world. I said, what was relevant about that? Well, the old story of Newtonian world of matter and energy are the 2 components that make a universe, but they don't necessarily connect. So a duality of Newtonian world comes to a unity in a quantum world. And I said, what's the unity? And the unity is this: everything is energy. The appearance of matter is an illusion brought about through energy and photons of light, that we're all energy beings. We're all in a field of energy. And then we use the field term. So let me bring it back in, because to me, it was one of those like wake up calls for me. I'm talking about quantum physics. I'm talking about field. And then someday I sit down, well, what's field? Oh, invisible moving forces that influence the physical world. Oh, wow. That definition is interesting because it's the exact same definition of spirituality: invisible moving forces that influence the physical world. And so the concept of field is an invisible energy. And I said, well, how important? And then it was already brought up by Alberto, for example, and that was simply this. Well, we keep looking at matter as a separate element from the field. We are the field, and that everything is energy. And I go, so why is this so relevant? And the fact is this: there's a quote from Albert Einstein that just sums it up and puts it right back on the table of what we're talking about. And that quote is, "The field is the sole governing agency of the particle." You go, what? I go, the field, the invisible energy, is the sole governing agency of matter. We're matter, but our expression is through the field, the invisible energy field. And I go, so why is all this relevant? Then I take one more step and bring in quantum physics. 1927, Max Planck, one of the founding fathers, wrote, "The mind is the matrix of all matter." And that brings to the forefront the concept of the movie The Matrix. And I go, why is that relevant? Because The Matrix, this wonderful, what was called science fiction, to me is not science fiction. The Matrix is a documentary. I go, what do you mean? Well, in the story of The Matrix, we're all programmed. And if you take a blue pill, you stay in the program and life is always just the way it's been. But you can take a red pill and get out of the matrix. So I go, okay, wait, what's going on? Quantum physics says that consciousness is creating this reality, our consciousness. And I go, I don't think anybody on this panel or anybody watching this program, if I asked them, I said, did you want to create this world that we have here with war and violence and upheaval? Because we're creating this, and everybody, no, I wouldn't want to create this. And I said, well, who wants to create this? Because humans are creating this. And the answer comes down to a very simple fact, and that is understanding how life works. Because we used to come from a vision that genes control the character of what we are. And I go, genes are blueprints to make the proteins of the body. I go, so why is it relevant? I say, blueprints don't turn on and off. You go into an architect's office, she's working on a blueprint. You ask her, hey, is your blueprint on or off? And she'd look at you and go, what are you, crazy? It's a blueprint. There's no on and off. I go, precisely. Genes are blueprints. They have no on and off. I go, so why is it relevant? I said, well, we're told that genes control the character of our lives. I go, yeah, but we, consciousness, who we are, is what controls the genes. That goes back to the quantum physics, but in the world of biology, we call it epigenetics, control above the genes. We find that genes don't control anything. Consciousness, and Adam brought this up before, because while we focus on the physical body and we focus on the genes as evolution, that turns out to be totally false. Humans don't have any more genes than some of the most primitive organisms on this planet. So to say that we're here because of our genes, well, that's false. And then Adam brought it up. Why are we here? It's our consciousness. The tree of life is not an expression of genetics, expression of consciousness. The higher you go, the greater the consciousness. And I go, so we're here near the top. I go, yep, because we're now of awareness that our consciousness is creating this life. And I go, nobody out here in our audience would say, I wanted to have war. I want to have cancer. Nobody wants to say that. So I said, then where's the problem? And if I can summarize, which is a guide for me with a million words, is very difficult, but I will try to summarize it and simply say this. The nervous system interprets the world and then sends information to the internal cells that can't see the world. And I say, why? Because the cells are creating a community called the human body, and they have to deal with the world's issues. And I say, so how do the cells know what to do? And I say, because the nervous system reads the world and then tells the cells what's going on. I go, well, there's a problem right there, because our consciousness doesn't necessarily read the real world. We see what we want to see. We're programmed to see things. And I go, so why is it relevant? And here comes the answer. Very quickly, I hope. The brain is a computer, no question. I go, so why is it relevant? It's an organic-based computer that has all of the same functions that the silicon computers that we're all used to using. I go, so why is it relevant? I say, go to the store, buy a brand new computer, bring it home, boot it up, starts, it boots up, the screen goes on. And I say, now do something, make a drawing, a spreadsheet, do something with your computer. And then you go, I can't do anything. I say, why not? You just got a brand new computer. They go, oh, first you have to put programs into a computer or you can't use it. I go, oh, so I have a human brain computer. Where do the programs come from? And then it turns out the first 7 years of your life is when the brain is operating in hypnosis theta, a brain function. I say, what's its function? Observe the mother, the father, the siblings, and community, observe their behavior, download their behavior as the fundamental programs that are in your computer. After age 7, you get to type on the keyboard, which is where you get to add data. And I go, so why is it relevant? And the answer is, unfortunately, 95% of our life is coming from the program and not from what we want. We don't, no matter our wishes and desires, conscious mind, 5% of the day. 95% of our day is controlled by the programs. And I go, why is that relevant? Where'd we get the programs from? Other people. So the point is, we're not living our lives, we're living a program. This is not new. The Jesuits have known about it for 400 years and have told their followers, give me a child until 7, I will show you the man. The definition is, yeah, the first 7 years is programming. We know that. And then what? 95% of your life is coming from the program, not from your wishes and desires. And then I say, oh, but in the movie Matrix, you could take a red pill and get out of the program. And I go, oh. I say, and most everybody out there has taken that red pill at one time. I said, what do you mean? If you ever fell deeply in love with anything, with a person, a pet, gardening, cooking. I say, what's relevant? It recognizes this. When we are in our conscious mind and in love, we stop playing the program. And the moment we stop playing the program, then we become creators. And I go, so what? I say, average person, life is blah, 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 blah. They meet someone on this day and they fall in love. 24 hours later, their life is, oh, it's so beautiful. Life is so wonderful. The food is great. The music, oh, the love. Even a crappy job is okay. I go, 24 hours after blah, 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 blah. And then you what? Created heaven on earth, which is the honeymoon. I go, what was relevant? Science has recognized that's the first time in your life you stop playing the program. What? Yeah. The moment you stop playing the program, then your creative wishes and desires manifest. Heaven on earth is here always, has always been here. The thing that has taken us away from it, the programming that we got in the first 7 years. This is the wake-up call for the world. We are nature. Even though the mission statement of science, 1650, is to dominate and control nature. The mission of science. I go, how's that working out? Well, the sixth mass extinction might be a consequence of us dominating and controlling nature. And the point is, how can you dominate and control nature? We are nature. we're in this. And as Alberto brought up and Shamini brought up, if you learn to live in harmony with nature instead of trying to dominate nature, a garden will appear in front of us right now. A honeymoon is just 24 hours away. All you have to do is fall in love, stop playing that program, and we're here. And I say, so sorry for the long verbiage of my message here, but the conclusion is very simple. We are here to learn something, and we have to take our power back. We have given away our power to the programs. The programs did not come from us. And when we stop playing the programs, then all of a sudden heaven on earth appears. I say heaven on earth is always here. So this is a wake up for consciousness. We are not living the lives we want to live. We're living the lives we've been programmed, and that has disempowered us. And the only way to get back, as Alberto and Shamini mentioned, and Adam, you brought up right from the beginning, is to take back power of our consciousness and to recognize, oh, I have been programmed. Why? Look at your life. If it doesn't have what you want in it, it's not because nature won't give it to you. It's your own program that is limiting your expression. And my colleagues, thank you for letting me talk, verbose, but letting me to say the same thing you've all been saying. This is a wake-up call. We're facing extinction because we're living out of harmony. And we're living out of harmony because the programs that we received, like a Darwinian theory, which is totally wrong. We didn't get here by struggle and competition and fighting. We got here because a garden is not a battleground. A garden is the height of cooperativity. And we have been put on glasses, evolution. Life is a struggle, survival for fitness, competition, win or lose. And I go, that is not a garden's politics. And so we have to learn we are just another organism in a garden, and our job is to learn to live in harmony with that garden. Thank you for letting me talk so much, Adam.
Oh, Bruce, of course, it's always good to hear from you. You bring a big smile and joy to this journey. It's all too important to take seriously, right? We have to drop in and have some fun in all of this. And thank you for that. And of course, that really helps all of us to inspire us to become the software engineers of our own lives, to take back our power, to take back the power of our mind. And we're going to drop a little bit more into that very thing in this next segment. But I have one little quick follow-up for you.
And I'll try to answer it quickly too, Adam.
Great. You promise? Okay. So and I think I'm going to say, if you were to have a conversation, and by the way, I really think you have these conversations, but if you were to have a conversation with a cell, with the membrane of that cell, to connect with that intimately, what would that cell in that membrane say to you? And what would you say to it?
Well, the first thing I ask the cell, so where's all the problem coming from in this community of cells called my body? If I'm not healthy and full out living the heaven on earth experience, I ask the cell, where's the problem? And because our conventional view is, oh, it's not working right. You got some genes that are not working right, and you're a victim of your heredity. And I'm sorry, it's running in your family. And I go, no, programming is running in your family. But the cell will tell us, no, we are responding to your perception of the world because you're sending us your interpretation via the nervous system. You see the world. I'm a liver cell. What the heck do I see? I'm in the liver. I have no idea. But I depend on you, nervous system, to inform me of what's going on so I can adjust my behavior to conform to that world. And then the cell says, maybe you should consider that your vision of the world might not be accurate, because if it was accurate, we'd all be in harmony on the inside. And harmony is health, disharmony is disease. And the cell would tell us, stop blaming us for the issues that you see in your physical body. We're just conforming to your perception. If you want to change your world, then you have to change your perception. And the cells are saying, hey, I got genes to create anything. You tell me what you want, Bruce, and the cells will create it. And I go, if I tell them unconsciously, I'm going to get cancer because it's running in my family, they go, okay, you want cancer? I can give you cancer. You don't need any, there's no cancer gene. Cancer is a consciousness. There's not one gene that causes cancer. Cancer genes, oncogenes, they cooperate with the concept of cancer, but they don't generate cancer. It comes from here. And we change consciousness, cancer goes into remission. So the point is this, let's carry on some better dialogue with ourselves and start to recognize at some point, step back and listen to yourself talking, because that's what the cells are hearing. And if they hear, oh, that's not good enough, I can't make it, it won't happen, I'll get this disease, I go, you're the government. And they will follow you implicitly.
Well, wonderful. Well, wonderful. Let's turn to the next segment here and let's talk about regenerative new medicine. And I want to think of this as an invitation to Imagineer, to become an Imagineering engineer of your own life. And maybe just think a little more radically about how we can rethink health and wellness. And let's tune in a little bit to that. What's possible in the area of new medicine and regenerative medicine? And I put forth this question: can we unlearn death and disease and relearn life and wellness? And just a quick backstory to that. And back in 2004, by any measure, I was in a state of, well, probably one of my first a few midlife crises. And I was in a state of disease. And in the shamanic worlds, we call it death is stalking us. And I'd reached a choice point. Was I going to degenerate or regenerate? And I ultimately decided I wasn't going to let the Tums and the tequila make that choice. So what was a man to do? Well, I went to Peru to seek the medicine, from the medicine women and men of ancient times, of ancient wisdom, the earth keepers and the wisdom keepers, to seek the medicine that would help heal my toxic body, to help my broken heart, to help me fix my corrupt mind. And I went into the jungles and the mountains and the sacred valley. And that's where I met you, Alberto, way back when. I'll never forget, here I was, signed up for the Via Luminata.
I remember that, yeah.
You remember that, buddy? And of course, the Via Luminata, the path of illumination. And well, I thought it was a retreat, but it was a retreat plus. Little did I know what I was getting into, but I'll never forget that first night there with you in the Sacred Valley. And you were giving one of those great evening talks that you do. And you posed the question, can you get out of this lifetime alive? And wow, that question really hit me. Can you get out of this lifetime alive? What does that mean? And if that is true, what are the implications of that? And I wasn't about to wait around to my last breath to find out the answer to that. And of course, it was about letting go of a life, of a mindset, of a conditioned state that lives in a perpetual state of death and disease. To do it now, not later when it's, well, maybe a little more difficult or too late. So it inspired me in many ways to go on this quest to find out the answer to that question for myself. And as a matter of fact, it became the subject matter of my new book, The Divine Genius, The Unlearning Curve. And in it, I talk about how we can unlearn the conditioned state of mind that creates that perpetual state of death and disease. And I share my findings in how unlearning and getting into a state of deep learning can actually help us to do what Bruce was just talking about, to reprogram our mind and subsequently rewire, refire, really up the level of our own biology. And so that we can live, like Chamonix was saying, live in a symbiotic relationship with the biofield and the quantum field. And I found that unlearning is a regenerative machine. So let's hear from the panel on regenerative medicine. And what does it take to quantum leap in our biology? And we just talked about reprogramming, rewiring. Is there anything else that we can do right now to really up-level our biology, our mind, in your opinion, to meet these challenges straight away? And what role maybe do emerging technologies or ancient technologies play to transform ourselves at the quantum level? Alberto, let's begin with you. I know you have short on some time today, but you've been generous to give us the time you have. So let's jump in and hear a little bit from you before you go around those thoughts and ideas around regenerative medicine and how we can embrace these new technologies and ancient technologies as one.
Happy to do that, Adam. Happy to do that. And yeah, this is the cutting edge of science and medicine, is regeneration, not only repair, not only fixing what has gone wrong, but how do we grow a new body? This is actually the title of my most recent book. And every organ in the body is programmed for regeneration. We're programmed to regenerate, to die and to be reborn. And there's no one in the planet that's older than 7 years old, because you get a whole new body every 7 years. Skin cells regenerate every 6 or 7 days. Bone, every 7, 8 years, you get a whole new skeleton. It's incredible. Now, instead of getting a slightly older and more wrinkled version of who we are today, how do we actually regenerate so we can become a newer, more healed, more evolved version of who we were last? Now, the food is important. The food that you eat, the water we drink, the air that you breathe, absolutely essential. But I want to go back to where my brother Bruce was talking about the epigenetics. How do we switch on and off the genes that create health and disease? Nutrition does that. If you go to a primarily plant-rich, not exclusively, but primarily plant-rich diet, you silence more than 500 genes that create cancer and dementia and heart disease, and you switch on more than 200 genes that create extraordinary health. Now, I spent many years in the Amazon and in the jungles around the world as a medical anthropologist studying the healers and the shamans, and eventually training as a shaman. But I became fascinated by the plants. What were the sacred plants? And when we looked at the sacred plants used by shamans around the world, not the teacher plants were the ayahuasca, the psychedelic, the mind expanding, switch on the whole brain at one time, have a symbolic death experience, and see the nature of the cosmos. Those were fascinating, but those were the teacher plants. The sacred plants were the ones that switched on the genes and genetics that create health. They worked along a pathway known as the NRF2 detox pathway that actually begins to get into the nuclear DNA and switch on and off the genes for health. Now, this was across the board in every culture that we looked at. My colleague, Dr. David Perlmutter, and I were looking at these and went into a book that we did on the brain. But here we have these shamans of old that you ask them, why did you pick uña de gato to put it? And it's because the plants told me. And I remember asking them one time about ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is the visionary vine of the Amazon. And it has two ingredients, DMT, which is a very powerful psychedelic, but it is destroyed in the gut. You cannot get through the gut unless you accompany it with an MAO inhibitor that inhibits this monoamine oxidase that then allows the DMT to go into the bloodstream and into the brain through the blood-brain barrier. And I asked him, how did you know that these two plants work synergistically with each other? And they said, well, the plants told us, stupid. Like, don't you talk to the plants? And I said, well, and it reminds me of a story of when the conquistadors arrived in Peru. The priest and the conquistador met with the Inca, the ruler, who was an enlightened ruler, enlightened being, and they gave him a copy of the Bible. And they said, this is the word of God. And the Inca took the book and he put it to his ear. And he listened and he listened and he threw it on the ground and he said, what kind of God is this that does not think? And he asked the priest, when did your God last talk to you? The priest said, well, 1,500 years ago. And then he asked the Inca, when did your God last speak with you? He said, this morning at breakfast. So they still have an active dialogue with all of nature. And the dialogue doesn't need to be verbal. The dialogue that we have is generally chemical with the nutrients that we take. But if you can have a conversation with all of creation, you get the exact instructions that you need to create extraordinary health. The foods that you eat, how to breathe, how to relax, and how to dream your health into being. Because the shamans of old, and today we know this today. That's what I do. That's my work, is to train people to dream the world into being. They understood that reality, what we call reality, is the projection of an internal map that we carry within us. And we project it into the outer world and call it reality. And like Bruce pointed out, this map is conditioned as a software that we learned before the age of 7. And the shamans said, if you want to change the world, you got to change the map. Change the map, because it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then the world changes to accommodate to the map. And that's how the shamans of old worked. If you were convinced that you are the product of your genes and of the illnesses that run in your family, in the jungle they called these the generational curses, then that's what you get. So the epigenetics is absolutely crucial, absolutely critical. And today we're getting the download of the codes for a new human. And we're getting it through the food we eat, through the air we breathe, and through the sun. The word Inca means a child of the sun, a child of the light. You get illumined. They didn't worship the sun, they honored the light. The sun was just kind of a hole in the sky where the light came through. They knew that the light contained the codes that we needed to evolve, and that if you continue to grow a new body, to continue evolving, you did not get sick. And as an anthropologist in the Amazon, I was funded many years ago by Big Pharma. They wanted to discover the next breakthrough cancer cure or dementia cure or Alzheimer's or heart disease cure. They said, you become rich, Alberto, and famous. They funded me for almost a year, and I came back after visiting villages that had never seen a light-skinned person before. Kids would rub my hand to see if the white dirt would rub off. I came back empty-handed because there was no dementia, there was no heart disease, there was no cancer. And these are the plagues of civilization today. So we can heal, we can grow a new body, we can evolve, but we got to be part of this experiment that we're talking about of becoming that new human. And then you get an entirely new destiny. And today I believe that indeed humanity as we have known it has died. There are just a few stragglers left, and that we have taken that leap already, and that we can invite others to join us in this leap to birth a new human. So thank you, Brother Adam. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. And Bruce, beautiful to see you, and Shamini, blessings to you. Thank you so much.
Which is we're exploring regenerative new medicine. And the question that I pose is, what does it take to make a quantum leap in our biology? Bruce, you've touched in on that. We were talking a little bit about reprogramming and rewiring. Do we need to do all of those things? And another additional piece maybe is there any kind of emerging new technologies or even ancient technologies that we've been talking about that could serve us to help us to regenerate in that new area of new medicine? Let's hear from Shamini. And what are your thoughts around regenerative new medicine and these ideas of quantum leaping into greater health and wellness and connecting our biofield and reprogramming our software? There's so many exciting things here, perhaps new technologies. What would you like to share with us in that arena, Shamini?
Adam, thanks so much for the question. Such an important question. And if we tie back into Bruce's metaphor about us being the brain as a computer and us having these software programs that were loaded into us up to age 7, then the question still remains, okay, so how do I reprogram? How do I do that? And I love this metaphor because if we think about the computer, well, these days our software programs are really apps, right, that we're downloading. So then the first question is, okay, so what am I downloading from, right? And I'm thinking of my research director, Dr. Richard Hammerschlag, who says, we used to live in the age of hi-fi, and then it was Wi-Fi, but now we're living in the age of bi-fi. So if you think about it, your computer is actually going to be able to download new programs by connecting with the bi-fi, which is the biofield. When we connect with the biofield, meaning that we connect with things that are greater than our conditioning, now we're expanding to be able to connect with the actual planet, with our fellow people, with our animals, with the plants, with the earth. Well, that's how we begin to reprogram. That's actually how we begin to create new software and create new ways of being and update those programs that we've been given in the past. So that's super exciting. How do we do it? Well, there are a couple of things. First, if we consider the principles of nature, we might consider, for example, God to be representative of the generating, orchestrating, and destroying forces of the universe. Goddess, then, is the generating, orchestrating, and destroying forces that empower soul service. That's Goddess. And this is not new. This is completely universally understood. What does it mean? Well, when we connect with the biofield, in ancient traditions, such as the ones that I come from, in a sense, we're really talking about connecting with Shakti. That is the manifest power behind the universe. If God is absolute consciousness, formlessness, Satchit Anand, all of that, then Goddess or Shakti is that biofield, is that power that exists in every cell of our being, that exists between us, that exists between us and the planet. And all we have to do is tap into her. So how do we do that? In my book, The Healing Keys, which is the third part of my book, Healing Ourselves, I've actually outlined some steps that, again, are really honestly common sense. This is not just Shamini's program per se, but it's really universal. But it's things that I've noticed from my clinical psychology background working with patients, as well as the teaching that I've done, that really work. So here are the basic steps. First is to ground. to connect with the earth. All of these lovely things that Alberto was just speaking about, where we connect with the plant spirit, not just the chemistry of the plant, but the spirit of the plant, the combined spirits of the plants. This is a way that we connect by grounding. That's simply getting into nature, getting quiet, bioenergetically connecting with the earth. And I provide some exercises. There are many different ways for us to ground. The second really makes me think of Barbara because she was so keen on this. This was so important to her, and it's really uniting with our creative force. Now, from the Vedic and Tantric and many perspectives, we talk about the creative force as being aligned with the sacral energies, the second chakra. It's connected with sensuality, sexuality, emotions, and creativity. It creates life itself. So when we begin to tap into our creativity, our creative force, we begin to facilitate that generative, that newness that we're all looking for, that generative process for ourselves, for our minds, for our emotions, for our interactions. So important. And when we get grounded first, we'll find that connecting with creativity is really pretty easy. The third is really harnessing our intention and volition. I have deep dialogues with my healing teacher, Reverend Rosalind Briere, about this, who honestly doesn't care for the word intention because she says intention is just in the mental. It has no power. You have to marry it with the vital force. Well, when we talk about that, we're talking about volition. So what that means is that when we're sitting in sacred space and we're grounded and we connect with our forces of desire and creativity, we can then use that energy to begin to create that new program. And that means not just visualizing what I want, but really bringing the energy of desire along with it. So this is really an alchemical process that we go through in the body. And then we come up to the heart, which is the seat of connection. And here's where we get to ask for support. Ask for support from guidance, ask for support from each other, open our hearts to that greater love that exists within us. And we can share that out because now we're fueled with vitality. We're fueled with our creative energy. We're connected with the earth. We know what we want. We've brought energy to that. And now we can connect in further. And then the final step is surrender. Because the paradox of desire is that really desire is meant to be surrendered. It's meant to be acknowledged, recognized, understood, loved, cherished, and released. And so in that processing of surrender, it's beautiful because now we're really moving beyond our programs. Our programs kind of inform our desires. We tap into the energy of the desire, we harness it, we ask for help, and then we release it. We release it out to the world and we say, I have no attachment to what happens next. Whatever happens next is going to be what is for the best and highest good for myself and for the planet. And it may take a beautiful form that we didn't even imagine because we were so conditioned, we didn't even recognize where that beautiful desire was going to take us once we released it out of our programming, out of our subconscious mind. So these are just some very simple, really simple steps that we can take to really connect in with the Bi-Fi, reprogram ourselves, actualize our potential to come into a new humanity for ourselves and others. And I outline all of these in the Healing Ourselves book.
Oh, thank you for that, Shamini. I'm looking forward to reading your new book. And when's it coming out again? In first part of September, right?
Yeah, it'll be out in mid-September. I'm super excited too. It's been a labor of love, and I know Bruce can attest to that.
well, wonderful. Well, let's tune into Bruce a little bit. And Bruce, what are some of your thoughts in this arena of regenerative new medicine? And I know you've been talking about some things, but hey, please share some more. We would love to hear from you.
I want to extend on Shamini's understanding of coming from the heart. That's a really important part of this whole thing. The idea that's very critical here is that we look at the world, interpret the world, and then try to adjust our biology to our interpretation. Now, of course, if we have a program that puts filters in front of our eyes and we look at the world through this filter, then it's really, what did we learn that we're looking at? I go, why is this relevant? I'll give a simple example, and that is this, that first of all, let's understand the power of consciousness real quickly. And a simple understanding in medicine is this, is there's something called the placebo effect. And everybody goes, oh yeah, I heard about that, where someone takes a sugar pill, they believe the sugar pill is going to heal them. They don't know it's a sugar pill. They take the pill, they get better, and then they say the pill healed me. And as we said, it was a sugar pill. That didn't heal them. It was their belief in the pill that healed them. And that's the consciousness in taking that pill. No, that was a positive consciousness because that person was told, well, this is the greatest medicine, and they believe it and they take it with the vision of healing and they heal. Everyone goes, yeah, placebo effect, positive thinking. I go, yes, but what you've left out, the more important part of the story is negative thinking is equally powerful in controlling your life, but it takes you in the opposite direction. It's called the nocebo effect. I believe I'm going to get cancer because I'm told I'm going to get cancer. It's running in my family and I'm going to get cancer, and I believe it, and boom, I get cancer. I go, the cancer isn't caused by a gene. It's caused by your interpretation, behavior of the world that's not in harmony. And I say, so why is it relevant? Because we don't see that our negative thinking, which is more than 70% of the average person's thoughts, it won't work, it can't happen, I'm not that person to get it. We're defeating ourselves with these thoughts. So the first thing we really have to understand is this: the positive things that happen to us come from our positive thinking, and the negative things that happen to us come from our negative thinking. That's how it comes down. And the issue about that is that we've been programmed. And then a big issue, we said, well, the programming occurred before age 7. And I said, you were programmed, actually started programming in the last trimester of pregnancy. Even before you were born, you were already downloading behaviors based on your mother's interpretation of the world and her connection with your father. And all of a sudden, even before you're born, you're getting a program. You're getting a program the whole year from 0 to 1, the whole year from 1 to 2, from 2 to 3. I go, okay, tell me the program you got when you were 0. Huh? I don't know what the program was. Okay, how about from 1 to 2? No, I don't really know the program. And so I'm going to give you a simple answer, and it's a beautiful insight, and it goes like this. Your life is 95% coming from the program. This is scientific. And the reason why is 95% of the time, our conscious mind, which could be the creative mind, which is the creative mind, is thinking. I go, so why is that relevant? A thought is not on the outside. A thought is on the inside. So the moment you're thinking, conscious mind does not look out the window anymore. Conscious mind is going inside to think. I go, yeah, but if you're driving your car and you're thinking, now you're not looking out the window, you're in a lot of trouble. I go, subconscious is autopilot. The moment you are thinking, the subconscious steps in, plays the programs that you got since before birth. I go, so why is it relevant? I go, 95% of the day. So I say, your life is a printout of your program. All you have to do is look at your life and go, the things I like that come into my life, they didn't get here by accident. They got here because I have a program to encourage and support those things. The things that I want and desire and look forward to and wish for that I struggle to get, it's not because you can't have them. It's because your developmental programs don't support that. So just look at your life. You're struggling with relationships, health, job. I go, the universe isn't punishing you. It's your own program. Very briefly, for 30 plus years, the same story. So anybody who's followed me more than 10 minutes has heard this story. But the story is simply this: you have a friend, you know your friend's behavior very well, you know your friend's parent. And one day you see your friend has the same behavior as the parent. So you got to tell your friend, you go, hey, Bill, you're just like your dad. I say, back away from Bill. I know what Bill's going to say. First thing, how can you compare me to my dad? I'm nothing like my dad. And the audience laughs and everybody's sick. I go, that's because it's a universal experience. I say, what does it mean? I go, this is what it means. 95% of the day, Bill is playing the programs that he downloaded from his parents. But he's playing them because his conscious mind's not paying attention, so he's on autopilot. But because his conscious mind is looking inside thinking, he's not even observing the behavior coming out. Everybody else can see that Bill behaves like his dad. The only one who can't see it is Bill. I say, why not? Because he's playing the program because he's not paying attention. And I go, so why is that relevant? And here comes, we are all Bill. Every one of us is 95% of the day doing all this. And then lastly, because again, I could go for another 12 hours, Adam, so we're going to cut this right here and come back to Sham and he's understanding about the heart. And it goes like this. When we make a decision, we have been programmed to believe that we'll go through the mind and we'll review every step of that decision based on our history and our perception of life. It's sort of like an algebra. And when we there was supposed to be a part where you get a long equation and then you reduce it to the smallest to get to the answer. I say, well, you do many, many steps. If you make one mistake in that lineage of steps from the large equation to the small one, your answer is wrong. So I go, so why is it relevant? I say, are all of our perceptions about life right? Because we make decisions based on these perceptions. I go, no, they're not. I say, oh my God, then if I just use thinking, I'm fraught with a problem because some of my thinking is going to be off and my answer is going to be wrong. Then I say, as Shamini brought up, very importantly, when coming to a conclusion about something important in your life, yeah, go through that litany of this is A, B, C. Yeah, I understand. But then I said, before you make your final decision, the most important thing is this, is not check in with your head, it's check in with your heart. I go, why? The heart doesn't look at the details. The heart just calculates the energy. I go, why is it relevant? More energy, more life, less energy, less life. And if you go to your heart and you say, do I want to do this? And all of a sudden you feel, your heart has read the energy and said, that's not where to go. If your heart goes, yeah, you go that way. I say, why is it relevant? The heart doesn't deal by perceptions. It just reads total energy. It's the more accurate interpretation of life. We are designed to go to more energy because energy is life. Less energy is death. The brain doesn't do that. It does all the perceptions. The heart. And that's when you put the two together, you're going to get your answers. Because the idea is this, we have always trusted our head. And I go, no, trust your heart. It will tell you from the vibe, is this a good idea or not? You'll feel the answer. And this is so critical because we have been going by our head, but our head has been programmed by other people. And so the programs that we result, the consequence of our going through our programs, it doesn't have to be truthful at all. You can answer that question with a totally wrong understanding, believing you're right, because I just went through the whole list of perceptions. I go, are your perceptions accurate? And the answer is, nah. But your heart is accurate. Always, before you make that final decision, something important, let go of the head, go to the heart. Ask the question, is this what I really want? And your heart will be very happy to give you the answer. And that's why what we've been talking about all this time is, say, we've been programmed. Are we running our lives from program, or are we running our lives from our wishes and desires? The conscious part that's connected to the field that gives us our intentions. And between you, Adam, starting off at lining up for us this whole little story, okay, and Alberto filling in those stories, and then the dearest Shamini giving us really the bottom line. Where's your heart want to go? Because that's the weather vane, in a sense. It will point to the direction. Trust your heart.
So beautiful, Bruce. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful, Bruce. Well, amen to that. It would trust our heart. She knows. That's a great place to listen to and see from, is it not? Mm-hmm. And I must say, what a great way to circle in our panel today. And I want to invite each of you to just share a brief closing about some of your thoughts, and maybe an invitation for our audience, or perhaps even to pose a big question that we can all take home with us. And Shamini, why don't we go to you first, since we were just starting there. Let's roll out with you, and then we'll speak into Bruce and Alberto.
Well, first, again, Adam, thank you so much for having me. And Bruce, it's always such an honor and pleasure to be with you, and with Alberto as well. Deeply honored. This is the Global Oneness Summit. This is the Global Oneness Summit. We are being asked to come together as one in a time where there are forces that continue to plague us into a model of separatism that is completely false. And so we've talked a lot about our own personal health, and we've touched a little bit on societal health. And I think it would be great for us to recognize that when we come into our hearts and we move from a place of love, it's much more difficult to buy into the fallacy of separatism, when we're coming from a place of love. And so each of us are being challenged in different ways, right? There are forces telling us what to do, what not to do. There are people passing judgment on people who are doing this or that or not doing this and that. It's all fueling that energy of separatism, and we're beyond that. We know we're beyond that. So I just want to encourage all of us to take a wider stance when we're kind of getting influenced by those programs of separatism, to come back to our hearts, as Bruce said, and sit with whatever difficulty might be sitting with us. So my question for us as a collective is, what happens if I take a situation or something that is causing me great difficulty, emotionally, financially, mentally, spiritually, whatever? What happens if I take that difficulty and I embrace it in my heart and I hold it and I ask for help? I ask for guidance in whatever form I feel comfortable asking for guidance. What happens then? And can I move from that place of difficulty, separateness, and stuckness into a greater understanding and a greater universality if I allow myself to embrace difficulty and embrace change? So this has really been helping me, and I hope that it might help others watching as well. See what happens when we move from this place of the heart into actual unity.
Thank you, Shamini, and bless you for sharing your light and your wisdom here on the panel today. It's been wonderful to have you.
Thank you.
And Bruce, let's hear a little bit and hear a little closing, a few final thoughts from you, and perhaps a big question. Please share with us. Thank you, Bruce.
Well, the most important thing that I think we can leave with is taking the words from Shamini and Alberto and yourself and put them all together in a big story of recognizing that what's happening on this planet is not an accident, it's a creation. We are creators. We are connected to all that is, every one of us. The idea of separation is where the problem has come from. Each of us is a spiritual entity in a virtual reality suit to live and have all these experiences. So when you look at your life, if it's not working in harmony, there's always been an intention to be the victim, because it must be those things out there that are causing the problem for me. And yet, when we look at the story of Bill, we recognize that no, Bill's own program is causing the problem, but Bill doesn't see the program as it's unfolding. All he sees is a result. So you wake up in the morning, average person, today's the day, health, happiness, great job. And then at 5 o'clock, you come home and go, didn't work today, but those things, they caused the problem. And I go, all day long, 95% of the day, you were shooting yourself in the foot. And when you come home with a bloody foot, you're looking for somebody who shot you, and in your own hand is the gun. And so the wake-up call is this: stop being a victim and start recognizing we are creators. If you're creating something you don't want, well, then it's up to you to change the creation. You don't go out and ask the world to change you. And so we have to wake up to that. And then I'll leave with this, because I think this is the most important part that I learned personally from all of this. And that is, one of the hardest things in the world that we have to overcome, and I say this hardest and I say we, because every time I've done a belief workshop where we help people change the programming that you got, we ask the first question in belief is, test this belief on yourself, which we do with muscle testing. The question is, or the statement is, I love myself. And I can assure you over 80 to 90% of all that population out there, because I've seen it every time we've done it, will not test positive for I love myself. I go, why is it relevant? If you can't love yourself, you can't fit into the world of love. You're the one that is saying, oh, I'm not lovable. And then you tell somebody says they love you, and you look at them and go, what, you have no quality control? I know I'm not lovable. What's wrong with you? And then we chase them away. They're not there. Then we go, see, I'm not lovable. I go, no, that was our 95%. And the problem is very simply that the 7 years of programming, parents act like coaches on a team, players not performing well. What do? You don't say, oh, please do better. Coach doesn't say that. Says, that's not good enough. Who do you think you are? You don't deserve to be on this team. You're not worthwhile enough to be here. And parents do that to children, like to be the coach and make them go up. And I go, if a child is under 7, they're not conscious to understand. They're in record. And I say, this is where all these programs come in. Not good enough, not lovable enough, not wonderful enough. And then 95% of our life plays through that filter. So the biggest question is, can you look in the mirror and then look at that image looking back at you and say, that is love. I love that person. I love that person in the mirror. If you can't honestly sit in front of that mirror and say that, we need to change programs now, because the way out of here is love. Love is harmony. Fear, which we're being programmed with, is disharmony. Harmony, health, disharmony, disease. And we're in a world now we're being called upon. And I see so many wonderful teachers out there, such as wonderful people you have on that panel out here, Adam. I mean, beautiful Chamonix, most wonderful, creative Alberto. You have been through this up from the bottom up. We are people have been where most people were, but moved into a new world. And I live in a world now that is completely different than the first 50 years of my life, because once I took over, I am the creator. Then what the heck am I creating? And what do I want to change? And then listen to the other panelists, and you see, yeah, we're all doing this. And that's the message. If it's not working right, stop going out there and looking for the problem. It started in here. And that also takes me back about 100 years to the hippie, and I'll close with the hippie statement. Before you go out and save the world, take care of your own backyard. And that's calling on us to heal ourselves before we go out there and heal that world. And that, I think, is the message from all of you on that panel. I so appreciate it. And having experienced it, although it took me 50 years, it was worth every minute after that 50-year mark to be on this planet as a creator and not as a victim.
Well, a big yes to that, Bruce. Thank you so much, and bless you for coming today. And
as to close, I'd like to leave you all with a question. And that question is, remember that the quest is the answer, but the question is what leads you to the quest. What is the most important question that you want to have answered between now and the day you die? Adam shared his with us. He wanted to know how to leave this life alive, how to go from the field state to the particle state to the field state consciously. What's the most important quest? Is it a hero's quest? Is it the quest for wisdom, the quest for health that you want to be engaging for the rest of your days? And as you hold that question, know that the quest will reveal itself to you. Blessings to you, and may we all dream that new human into being together. And thank you, Adam, and thank you, Bruce, Chamonix. Truly a pleasure and an honor to be with you.
Adam, I just want to say how much I deeply appreciate the humanities team and all of the members that make this production, because we need to get a voice out into the world for our evolution. And this team putting together, technically providing the public with this wonderful information. And I know behind the scenes is a dear friend, Garth is back there, and Noe are back there, making sure that all this picture comes out. And just need to thank the technical expertise that allows us to talk to the world. Thank you all back there.
Yes, thank you so much. We know that this takes a village, literally takes a village, and we're very grateful to be on the front end and know that we couldn't do this without the back end support. So thank you so much for that.
And I'm with you all in that regard. And let's keep in mind, Humanities Team is a global nonprofit that is dedicated to serving the well-being of all human beings, to bring us together in a place of one, to help us learn and expand and celebrate our lives together. I encourage all of you to check out Humanities Teams further. They have many wonderful offerings by teachers like Bruce and others, and please support them in any way that you can. And I just want to thank everybody for being here and our audience for joining us today. And please check out our panelists in more detail. They have wonderful and exciting new things happening in their life. And I must say, after listening to the panel today, and I don't know about all of you, but I am more optimistic than ever that we can meet these evolutionary challenges together. That we can anticipate, that we can regenerate, that we can reprogram, and that we can really leap into that new human and unlearn death and disease and really embrace a life that we are supposed to be stepping into, our destiny, the place of our interconnectivity in our heart. And the best is yet to come. And I celebrate today, and I celebrate every day with all of you, the place within us where we are one, the oneness of who we truly are in the depth of our heart and soul. I celebrate the oneness of who we are in our connection with Mother Nature. And I celebrate the oneness of our planet with the quantum universe. It's so elegant. It's wonderful. Bless you all. Thank you for coming. We'll see you soon.
Congratulations on signing up for the Global Oneness Summit, and welcome to our Conscious Global Tribe. I want to encourage you to do two things right now. The first is to watch this short video to the end when I will share a special offer with you. And the second is to mark your calendar for Saturday, October 16th through Sunday, October 24th, the actual Global Oneness Day, so you don't miss out on any of the 9 days of exciting panels and other programs we'll be sharing with you. This year's theme of opening to your universal self is about following your soul's calling. It's about finding and fully engaging your purpose in life. It's about coming into self-mastery. It's about finding inner peace. It's about becoming the beautiful, whole, pure expression of your divine higher self you've always known yourself to be. When you open to your universal self, you become more aware, more alive, and more in harmony with life. You live intentionally and metaphysically, fully expressing who you are, so you may live the life of your dreams. The Global Oneness Summit is a foundational part of our larger mission to make conscious living pervasive worldwide in the next 20 years. And our primary vehicle for making that happen is the Humanity Stream Plus streaming platform we created to assist you in fulfilling this mission for yourself, in your own home, in your workplace, in your community, and in the wider world. Many of you who are watching this are already Humanity Stream Plus members, but if you've not yet joined us in this capacity, this is your chance to become a member. Humanity Stream Plus is a groundbreaking platform and community that is quite literally transforming transformational education. We've created some of the most powerful and innovative masterclasses available in the marketplace today, and for anyone on the conscious journey, Humanity Stream Plus may well be the best investment you can make in yourself. You'll gain unlimited access to our most popular masterclasses, along with hundreds of other transformational education programs, with new programs being added every week. You'll also have access to brand new masterclasses as they are released, live mentoring programs with faculty, free upgrades, VIP programs, virtual forums, and so much more. To date, we've partnered with many of the most extraordinary conscious leaders in the world. Too many to name here. But when you click the link below this video, you'll be taken to the full menu of Humanity Stream Plus programs, where you'll get a quick sense of just how many incredible luminaries we've partnered with. Two other unique and innovative elements of Humanity Stream Plus are our focus on collaborative teaching, creating programs with more than one teacher that are even more powerful than solo taught programs, and our commitment to offer multiple mentoring sessions with our faculty, so they can offer you personal guidance along your individual path. What makes this truly special is there's no need for you to stay anchored in front of your computer. You can watch our content from the comfort of your bedroom, living room, kitchen, front porch, or while you travel anywhere in the world. Because Humanity Stream Plus is available on iOS, Android, Android TV, Fire TV, Roku, and Apple TV. And it's super easy to use, just like your favorite streaming movie or music platform. And you'll be blown away by how much more intuitive the revolutionary new graphical interface we're using for Humanity Stream Plus is than anything else you've ever seen. It goes even further than Netflix and Amazon Prime. So if you haven't found your conscious global tribe, this is it. Half our members are in the United States and half are located in other geographies. And all of them are serious about living consciously. In our Humanity Stream community, we are open-hearted. We live in flow. And we hold space for each other to grow and evolve in our own unique ways. We gather together weekly and often several times a week. And when we're not gathered face-to-face, we're connecting with each other in our virtual community where we make new and diverse contacts with others. This year's entire 9-day Global Oneness Summit with over 30 panels and over 70 speakers will be recorded for your viewing pleasure. And while this is normally a $247 upgrade option, with Humanity Stream Plus, you receive access to it all for free, along with access to our previous summits for an almost endless stream of uplifting inspiration. If you were to purchase the masterclasses and transformational education programs separately, it would cost more than $12,000. But for just $497 a year, you can subscribe to Humanity Stream Plus and receive access to it all. This breaks down to only a little more than $1 a day. Imagine who you'll be able to become when you join our supportive Humanity Stream Plus community and begin engaging in this exciting journey with others around the world to your fully conscious self. Truly, this small investment will yield life-transforming results for you and all those whose lives you touch, helping to shape the conscious evolution of our world. You can join Humanity Stream Plus with our 7-day free trial and an additional 7-day money-back guarantee. And if you decide you'd like to continue with us after that, you'll get it all for just a little more than the cost of a single masterclass. So if you're on a conscious journey and you want to live the life of your dreams and influence and inspire others to be better and to do better, together with a supportive global tribe, Humanity Stream Plus is for you. Just click the link below to start your 7-day free Humanity Stream Plus trial right away. Thank you for listening. And I'll see you soon at our upcoming Opening to Your Universal Self Global Oneness Summit that starts on Saturday, October 16th.